Good morning and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk, Sunday edition. Hope you're all doing well this morning. Hope the weekend will finish off on a good note for you. And let's hope that Monday will be a good Monday. Sorry, just a little tired. You'll have to excuse me. But before I get underway with some of the articles I have lined up for this morning's Pop Talk, I do want to take the time to acknowledge folks who are in the chat. First, welcome, Captain Trek. Thank you for coming. Also, I want to welcome Bird of Prey 5, Kapla. And for all of you, not just Bird of Prey, but for all of you who are here right now, I just want to say this.
Glory to you and your house.
Welcome. Welcome. Keely Chow, great to see you this morning. Dave G Sound, great to see you. Good morning, Leia Rose. How are you doing this morning? Christian Fandom Geek, it's good to see you. All right. So, are you guys ready for me to start with the first article of the morning? I'm sure you are. I'm sure saying, okay, quit wasting time, Mike. Get underway. Don't worry, I will. And let me just highlight the first article of this morning. And our first article for this morning comes to us from Variety, but I know somebody's going to say, Mike, aren't you forgetting something? No, I'm not forgetting anything. As always, with Pacific414 Pop Talk, whether it's the Wednesday evening edition or the Sunday morning edition, well, it's always open lines. So I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I will go ahead and pin it to the very top for anybody who wishes to join. And there we are. Now, with it pinned to the top, I will get underway with this first article. Our first article comes to us from Variety, and it's written by Joe Otterson. And the headline reads, That 70s Show spinoff, That 90s Show at Netflix will reunite most of the original series' main cast. I don't know if any of you ever watched That 70s Show when it originally aired on Fox. I did, and then, of course, with the reruns being available on TBS for a time, and then being able to find it on Netflix, I rewatched the show. I found it funny. I enjoyed it. So, this article goes on to say most of the cast of That 70s Show is coming back for That 90s Show at Netflix, Variety has learned. Topher Grace, Laura Pepron, Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis, and Wilmer Valderrama are all set to make guest appearances in the spin-off series, once again playing their characters from the original series. The only cast member not returning is Danny Masterson, who played Hyde as he is preparing to stand trial on multiple sexual assault allegations. As previously announced, Kurtwood Smith and Deborah Jo Rupp are set to star in That 90s Show, reprising their roles of Red and Kitty Foreman. They will be joined by new cast members, Ashley, and I'm going to try to pronounce some of these names. Ashley Offerhide. I have no idea. Kelly Herverta, again, destroying Mace Cornell, Maxwell Ace Donovan, and Rain Doy, and Sam Morlos. In the new show, it's 1995. 1995. I was a sophomore in high school. And Leia Foreman, Herverta, daughter of Eric, excuse me, Grace, and Donna Pepron, is visiting her grandparents for the summer, where she bonds with a new generation of Point Place kids under the watchful eye of Kitty and the stern glare of Red. Listen, all I want is to hear Red say "dumbass" to these kids. Come on, it's a Red Foreman trademark. That's all I want to hear him say. And Kurtwood Smith saying it the way he can say it. All right, so it says the multicam comedy has received a 10-episode order at Netflix. Original series creators Bonnie Turner and Terry Turner and their daughter Lindsay Turner are on board as writers and executive producers, with That 70s Show alum Greg Metler also writing in addition to serving as executive producer and showrunner. Smith and Rupp will executive produce in addition to starring Marcy Carsey and Tom Warner of the Carsey Warner Company, who executive produced the original show, will also executive produce the follow up. That 70s show debuted on Fox in 1998, running for 8 seasons and 200 episodes. Well, I don't know. Netflix seems desperate to get subscribers, especially after losing 200,000. So we'll see how this goes. Anamas, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I can't complain.
Oh, you probably could, but you won't.
Nah, who would listen?
Yeah, all right. Exactly.
So, were you ever a fan of That 70s Show?
Oh man, I'm a huge fan of that 70s show. Um, it's a basic comfort food TV show. I mean, the writing was excellent. The acting was awesome. You know, I grew up, partially in the 70s. I mean, I was a young kid in the 70s, but a lot of that stuff hit home for me. Freaking, disco and rock, the rock that came out of that era, and and just I lived in Wisconsin and during the 70s, so
Okay.
yeah, that show spoke to me.
Yeah, because the show itself took place in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I check it out. I mean, it probably wouldn't be something that I would subscribe to Netflix for just to watch that one show. It'd have to be multiple shows on there that I'm interested in order for me to even give them a subscription. Right now,
Yeah, I'm disappointed it's Netflix, but
yeah.
what are you gonna do? I'm afraid, obviously. You never want your favorite IPs redone today. And this is no exception. You're deathly afraid of what they're gonna do to it. They could be, they could treat it like they treated the ranch, which was good for a little while. Of course, it's it is Netflix. It can do all kinds of weird stuff to it. The ranch was it was good, and it was dirty and Not that that part was good, but I mean they took that show to a more realistic place, and they could do the same thing with this. And I don't know if I would translate over. It changed the whole dynamic of the show, and it may fail, hard.
Yep.
And I appreciate all the as much cast that can come back as that is coming. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're just going to make cameos in an episode here or there. But that's fine, that's cool. But the show's going to ride not just on Kitty and Red; it's going to ride on the kids that they choose to, cast a show and the writers. The writing was very well done in the old show, and this new, if they don't get that quality of writing, then it's not gonna make it.
Exactly. Because the writing on the original show was very smart. It was very funny, but it was done in a very smart way. I mean, when you had the different dynamics between all the characters, not just Red and Kitty, but Eric and Donna, just to name a few, I know they're going to try to recreate some of that for this new show.
Yeah, I'm hoping they don't make it cookie cutter. Hey, this is Eric, of course, Eric's daughter. So this is Eric's daughter. She's just like Eric. Her mannerisms are going to be just like Eric's, or they're going to write her like they would have wrote Eric in the '70s show, and then she's going to find her Hyde, who's a pot smoking lesbian or something, and railing against the establishment, and you know what I'm saying. They're going to have a dumb one like Kelso.
Yep.
I hope they don't do that. I mean, they can do it to an extent, but not like clones of everybody. I don't think that'd work.
Yeah, I don't want to see a complete copy and paste. I want to, see some, similarities, of course, with being a spin-off, but I also wanted to develop into its own thing.
Yeah.
And how are you doing this morning, Captain Trek?
Doing good. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping it has some reminders of what was, and yet is its own thing. Has that same quality of writing that was around in the original. I'm not hopeful.
Never hopeful.
And that's the sad thing. When everything in modern entertainment is like, oh, well, I hope it's not bad.
That's your first initial reaction is, oh, God, I hope they don't screw this up. But
we all either hold our breath or we're crossing our fingers.
Yeah. Expect disappointment. You won't get disappointed.
I'm a Cub fan. I'm used to disappointment.
Poor guy.
So yeah, I mean, if the first episode looks good, I'll watch it. But again, like I said before, there has to be more than one show for me to pony up a subscription for Netflix. I'm not going to do it for just one show.
Yeah, I'm not paying them. Ain't no way. Yeah. And don't get caught by the bait and switch either. So, first show could be great, or okay, and then even second or third maybe, but then it goes off the rail. Sometimes you can see it coming. You can see the little things that they start putting into these episodes, and then by the fourth or fifth episode, it's full blown retardation, and you just cringe at everything, and you just have to turn it off.
I mean, heck, I've seen clips of the latest Picard episode, and I'm going, oh gosh, this still has nothing whatsoever to do with Star Trek.
No,
Nothing.
nope. I watched the first season just because I wanted to see. I wanted to see it for myself, and then I wanted to know whatever like all the big channels were talking about. I wanted to be in the know. I like to be in the know, so I watched it and I hated every stinking second of it. And I couldn't bring myself to watch the second season.
And Bird is right. The only show worth paying for right now is Cobra Kai, and we have to wait for the next season, and that probably won't come until the end of the year.
Yeah. I still need to watch it. I haven't watched that show. I have it. I just haven't watched it.
It's definitely worth watching.
I know everybody said we watched the first episode one time and it was good, but we never went back to watch it. We was watching other things and we never went back to finish watching. I think we have this weird dynamic where me and my wife and my son live in the same house. My son's just a little bit older, he ain't moved out yet, but so we kind of watch specific shows together. And he has a weird job where he works at nights half the time. And we wanted to wait to watch it with him, and then it never happened. So it just kind of got pushed off to the side. So we just need to forget about him for a while. Just watch it without him.
And it'll be interesting to see if Tommy Chong even comes back to guest star or anyone else. I mean, and let's see, Bird of Prey 5 is saying Space Wars worth watching if you have Netflix. All right, I'll definitely check it out. I have yet to check out that series. And if Bird of Prey 5 says it's worth checking out, I'll definitely give it a chance. All right, so go ahead.
No, I was just thinking to myself. I watched like the first episode and I couldn't follow it. Maybe I need to go back and watch it again, but I couldn't follow the first episode. It's kind of confusing, and I just never went back to it. Everybody said it was okay, but
all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next story I have here.
Okay.
It's a story that I had already talked about previously on Pop Talk. And I've gone ahead and posted the link to it in the chat. Let me just share it on the screen here. All right. So, our next story here comes to us from Yahoo Entertainment. It's by Caitlin Riley. It was posted on the 30th, so just yesterday. And it says Bill Murray responds to being mortal suspension over allegedly inappropriate behavior, a difference of opinion. Well, unfortunately, today, your difference of opinion will lead to someone on Twitter going "re." So the article starts off by saying Bill Murray gave his first interview to CNBC following his suspension from the upcoming film Be Immortal over allegations of inappropriate behavior. What, did he tell a joke that maybe somebody found offensive? Well, guess what? He's from the old school, and the old school comedians told jokes and they were straight and to the point. I've said it before here on Pop Talk. They wouldn't be able to handle George Carlin or Eddie Murphy back in his prime.
George Carlin would wreck them. He would absolutely make them cry, and he wouldn't give two craps about it.
Neither would Richard Pryor.
No.
So this article says earlier this month, Fox Searchlight, the studio behind the Aziz Ansari directed production issued a statement declaring that production cannot continue at this time, following the allegation against Murray, which was made by an unnamed person working on the film set. Reports claim that the person who made the complaint is not Ansari, nor Murray's co star Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
Uh, Seth Rogen. I, I can leave him. Don't care for him.
I done left him.
We are truly grateful to all of you for everything you've put into this project. The letter from Fox Searchlight read, our hope is to resume production and are working with Azzy and producer Yuri Henley to figure out that to figure out that timing. Goes on to say, now Murray has spoken out about the situation, calling it a difference of opinion with a woman I'm working with. Uh-oh. All right. So it goes on to say, in his interview with CNBC's Becky Quick, he explained, I did something I thought was funny, and it was taken that way. The company, the movie studio, wanted to do the right thing, so they wanted to check it all out, investigate, and so they stopped the production. But as of now, we're talking and we're trying to make peace with each other. I think that's where the real issue is between our peace. We're both professionals. We like each other's work. We like each other and other, I think. And if you can't really get along and trust each other, there's no point in going further working together or making a movie as well. Well, if this other person's familiar with Murray's work, they should be familiar with the variety of comedy that he does, whether it's in a movie, whether it's on stage. He has his niche. Murray called the experience quite the education for him. You know what I always thought was funny as a little kid isn't necessarily the same as what's funny now, he continued. Things change and the times change, so it's important for me to figure it out.
No, he sounds like freaking Dan Aykroyd.
Mhm.
They got to Dan Aykroyd, and that's it. I mean, he said exactly what Dan Aykroyd just said.
Mhm. He downloaded the latest update. Sounds like.
Yep. Dang it. He
Oh
wants to. He
man.
doesn't have to freaking work in Hollywood anymore. He's got FU money. Why? Why do they do this? I don't understand. I know maybe he just wants to work or something, but it boggles my mind.
Uh I I don't know if I should even care anymore with all these people trying to save their careers and, putting on that chapstick and going kiss kiss kiss.
Yeah.
But the article goes on to say, and I think the most important thing is that it's best for the other person. I thought about it, and if it's not best for the other person, it doesn't matter what happens for me. And that's what gave me a great deal of comfort and relaxation because your brain doesn't operate well when you're in the unknown, when you're thinking, like, well, how could I misperceive? And it goes on to say, how could I be so inaccurate and so insensitive when you think you're being sensitive to some sensibility that you've had for a long time? So we're talking about it. Oh, come on.
Everybody's got a sensitive issue. You can't um govern your jokes or your speech around everybody's little stinking issue. You're gonna tick somebody off eventually. Just move on and be
Hmm.
yourself.
All right. So it goes on to say, well, the Lost in Translation actor said he is not currently working things out with the studio. He is having conversations with the woman at the center of the complaint. And with the people that are helping her. It's unclear who Murray is specifically referring to. Come on, folks. Grow a sense of humor. We used to have that in this country.
Yep.
I was lucky to be with a bunch of other actors who were ahead of me in the pipeline, sort of, and I saw all the mistakes they made. Murray continued, well, some of those quote unquote mistakes are what brought them the fame and fortune they earned.
He is where he is for being who he is and saying what he has said.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't be if he had regulated what he was saying back in the day. He never would have made it.
No.
It's funny. I'm sorry. I look back at those things and I still find it funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you, something that made you laugh over the years? Why would you look at it nowadays? It's like, oh my God, that's offensive. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that.
My
It's
fifis are
ridiculous.
hurt.
My babies are, oh my God, I'm triggered. It's stupid.
I mean, it does make me think that some of these people they need to buck up.
Thicker skin.
Yeah, grow a backbone. How many times did I hear that as a kid? Plenty. Grow a backbone.
Yep.
All right, so it goes on to say since the suspension, Murray's history of poor behavior on sets as well as accusations of abuse from his ex-wife, Jennifer Butler, have resurfaced. Murray's What About Bob co-star Richard Dreyfuss previously called him a bully, and Lucy Liu, who appeared in the Ghostbusters alum with the Ghostbusters alum in Charlie's Angels, confirmed that the two had an altercation while filming the movie. She told the Los Angeles Times podcast, Asian Enough, last year, some of the language was inexcusable and unacceptable, and I was not going to just sit there and take it. So, yes, I stood up for myself and I don't regret it. I'm not going to sit there and be attacked. Oh, wah.
Yeah. I'm sure Bill Murray's kind of a hole
Yeah.
sometimes. And that's the personality. You can tell, it's written all over his face that he'll, make fun of you and yeah, it could probably take it too far, but I would like to hear what he had said. I mean, I'd love to judge for myself. I don't trust these people to say, oh, he could have said something just almost benign and they'd just, cry into their Cheerios and blame him for being a bully. But tell us what he said. I want to know what he said.
I want context.
Yeah, I want context.
What about you, Captain Trek?
Yeah, I want to know exactly what was said. I want to know the whole situation, not.
He said something bad and now I don't like it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's not enough.
No. I mean, it's one thing if he, if he really did something that was horrible. Okay, I understand, but there are too many people out there now. It's like, oh no, he said something that hurt my feels. Cancel him because he hurt my feels.
Yeah, you never know what it is. You mean, like I said, he could say something that like Gary and Az or something said to each other, or just benign little pokey a joke, and they could just lose their crap because they've been in it so long that their skin is so thin that it'll crack at any given little joke. You never know about these people.
I mean, I was born with cerebral palsy, so I heard the word retarded a lot. And there comes a point where you just grow immune to it because you've heard it so much. It's like,
Why would
whatever.
that don't make any sense. No, what? I mean, I've never called somebody with a mental, and cerebral palsy isn't a mental thing, so I don't understand why somebody would call you that. But if we all know when somebody says retarded, we all know what that means. We're not downing somebody with a mental illness. It's just, people who don't think for themselves. They can't, they have no common sense, and are invincible ignorant. And, that's the go-to, especially back in the day. That was the go-to insult for somebody being stupid.
Yeah. Or, you just look at them and you would say, "Are you mental?"
Yeah, exactly. You lost your mind.
And good morning to Spock. If you'd like to come on, Spock, the link is on the very top. You're always welcome here. Pops, good morning. How you doing, brother? As previously mentioned, the link is on the top. Anybody can come on.
Without being on, come on,
You put me on.
Yeah.
You're allowed to be in the show, man. I'm a retard talking into a microphone. I'm stupid. Come on.
Are you kidding? One of the people I let on is Whoopa Troopa. He's a Cardinal fan. I'm a Cub fan.
Mortal enemies.
We don't get along. Well, he and I do, but that's besides the point.
It's all good.
And Pop says greetings and salutations. But yeah, again, as I said before, we used to have a sense of humor in this country, and we've lost it. Don't take jokes so seriously. That's why they're called a joke.
Yeah, there's I noticed this the other day. It's getting more popular to make fun of fat people nowadays. That's like a trend that's coming back. And being a slightly overweight dude myself, I could get offended real easily, but I don't. And basically, because you have to be self-aware of your conditions. A lot of these very large people are getting out there calling it's okay to be fat. It's good for you. It's I don't. They think it's okay. I mean, think it's not healthy. It is very not healthy to be overweight. Trust me. If they're telling you it's okay, and there's nothing wrong with it, there is plenty wrong with it. But that being said, people are poking fun at it nowadays, and it could get to a point where it could be bullying if they don't watch what they're doing. I don't mind a little ribbon for being big. I make fun of myself for it, but some people who don't have a stick to draw a line and sometimes tend to go overboard, and it can turn into bullying and just hateful. But I haven't seen that, but they just have to be careful.
Well, see, the thing is, when it starts becoming bullying, what do? You stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
No one else will.
Don't take the crap. Push back.
Hello, everybody. Amen on the pushing back. I was listening to this Bill Murray stuff. This stuff pisses me off. This ruins people when you don't give the context or what's going on. All this supposed what the hell is going on ruins people. Shut up until you have the facts, and grow a spine. I mean, it's like, oh my God, shut up.
Hey, Gap, how's it going? Dan,
thank you for coming on, Gap. And
hi, everyone.
Dan Zoltan, thank you for coming on.
Oh,
yeah.
sure, You know how it is. You make an open stream and I'll be here. I just woke up, so I'm kind of groggy right now. So I'll
Are you,
probably take me a little bit just
you're
to
not
get
at work?
inside. You know.
Well, I like your Pop Talk PACIFIC414. I watched your playbacks and I was like, ooh, wait, there's an open invitation. And, you know, I like your streams and I think you're a really good person.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, these are great because you can actually talk anything you want, and sometimes it gets even better because you understand that this is the kind of shows that actually talk without any kind of censorship. So that's great, and I
I
love that.
I don't want to censor people. I want people to be able to come on here, and if they don't agree with me, I want to hear it.
Yeah, and exactly. And when y'all were talking about, you know, being overweight, I'm overweight and I really don't, you know, I try the best I can. Um, you know, but I have health issues where I can't work out, but I do the best I can. But if people don't like it, don't look at it. And if somebody attacks me, I'm going to attack you back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't poke the bear.
Yeah, exactly. Because one person said something to me in the store, and I was like, you know what? Until I invite you into my world, shut the hell up. And she just looked at me, and I'm like, by the way, spandex isn't made for a tummy tuck. And I said, have a good day.
Oh.
So you know what I'm talking about, Walmart. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Pacific, you should do a thing just on Walmart with some Walmart pictures. Boy, I got some video and some more and some stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, how dare you know? These people are bold. Like I was at the getting prescriptions for my chronic pain the other day, and this lady just bumped me out of the way while the pharmacist was consulting because she said it's an emergency, and the pharmacist said, what is it? And she goes, well, my son needs weight gainer for weightlifting. And I looked at her and I was like, excuse me, but you can back your little self up to that line of 12 people over there. That's not an emergency. You're interrupting my thing. And she looked at me and she's like, you're so rude. And I'm like, you're the one who bumped me out of the way.
Tell your kid to eat some more stinking Twinkies and get back at the end of the line.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just like, but it's an emergency. And I looked at the pharmacist and I'm like, if you don't tell her to back up out of my space, I'm going to tell her to. And he just looked at me and I'm like, okay, ma'am, you see the line, get in it now. And she just looked at me and she shut up and she went in her line. I was just like,
you know what's funny, because that can only happen, I think, in America, because if somebody did something like that here in Argentina, I know for a fact that they will get punched. not even talking. It's like, what the hell are you doing? I'm not joking. That's kind of a disrespect that nobody will do
I
here.
mean, it's one thing if somebody's like, I have a medical thing that I need to get taken care of.
Yeah.
I need this medicine that whatever. But
let's be honest. Yeah, if it is something like it's saying like I need my inhaler because I'm getting like a kind of an attack or asthma or something like that, you're okay, I can understand it, but really? And, honest cap, I have never heard somebody doing some shit like that, because this is a country that nobody gets some kind of like it's 3 seconds before she actually sees some flying punch to her face. I'm not joking. It will be like I need my son needs weight. It will be like
weight gainer. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, are you crazy, woman? And the thing is besides all this crazy crap going on and the Ministry of Truth and the government and all this and the people is loss of respect for each other, just common decency. Hello, good morning. Even the pharmacist lady, when the gentleman isn't there, I say thank you, sweetie. If she doesn't get all nuts, I said thank you, sweetie, to one cashier. She looked at me and she's like, that is unacceptable. I'm like, well, my age, it's acceptable. Sweetie just is a kind word. I'm not trying to hit on you because you definitely ugly, but I didn't say that. But
Uh, by the way, I forgot it. I'm a kind of a moron. I'm groggy still. Sorry, dudes. But hello, good morning, Mike. Good morning, Anonymous. Good morning, Captain Trek. And good morning, Pops. Right now that I enter.
Oh, hey,
And
Pops.
Cap Stargate.
Hey,
Well,
Pops. It's
Well,
good to
I
see
would say
you.
when you call me sweetie, I get a little bit offended, but we'll make a public spectacle about it.
All right, sweetie. All right, sweetie, I won't.
Oh, I'm
I
so
do
glad you
want
guys are
to.
talking more about this Bill Murray stuff and this just weird cultural attack stuff. And you know what? The
Yeah.
good thing about all that is, in my opinion, is Bill Murray's in that category that has like the FU money. So maybe it'll help be like, he really can't be canceled. Let's just be honest. Bill Murray he's just going to blow these people off and keep on moving. And we need a lot more of that from that level.
Amen, Pops. Amen.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
And
We're kind
welcome,
of
Pelts.
we're getting to that point, that people actually like say three things and everybody's gonna get, oh, you should be canceled because you're a bad person. And we get, I'm kind of tired because it's like you cannot even speak with somebody because somebody's gonna find a little bit of a. For example, somebody can clip some of my speaking or something like that and be like, "Oh, this guy actually said this word," and then they'll be like, "Yes, because it's a word." What?
Hey, you know what happened to me last week on Twitter? I got flagged by Twitter for sexual content. Guess what I put on? I put
What
on
you put on?
a GIF of Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, running in slow motion. Okay, and then I put some music videos from the singer called Erica Jane. Yes, she's kind of sexual, but she had clothes on. So they said somebody tagged one of my Wonder Woman one and my music video ones, and I just snap a picture and then I put the link to YouTube and said that I was sharing explicit sexual content. And I'm like, my response to Twitter was, that's Linda Carter. She can't help she has big boobs. And Erica Jane can't help that she's using her woman power via sexuality. And she has clothes on. She may have a little bit of clothes on, but she's got clothes on. And they still say, well, that's still considered sexual content. I'm like, are you
Oh,
serious?
give me a break.
I mean, Wonder Woman running, she can't help if she's well endowed up there. It's not her fault.
How many
No,
clips
they find that
of
offensive.
how many clips of Beyonce's on
Hello.
Twitter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude,
But they find
I'm not.
they find the sexual, feminist, positive traits of Wonder Woman, Linda Carter to be offensive to them, right? Because we have to accept, what you guys were talking about before, like the fitness magazine cover with the morbidly obese woman that does exercise classes, and it's like everything is completely turned on its head now, and that's why they have to flag you, because you have held a mirror up to their ugliness. It's not about what you shared; it's about what they see in themselves.
It has come to the point, but because I've been on Twitter. What the hell are they talking about? Sexuality around Linda Carter? Really? Have they been on Twitter? I've seen people share, like, literally hentai. They show it completely, entirely, and it's like nobody.
Hello, exactly, Zanzoltan. They've got porn on there. I had porn actresses following me, and I asked one of them why, and she's like, "Well, I like Stargate."
Well, that's as good as reason as any.
So I'm like, all right, that's fine. But
Okay.
I mean, don't be damn hypocritical when Twitter's got porn. You're right. You can see everything, Zanzoltan, everything, and you can see it in motion too.
I've seen one day. I actually was like, you see when somebody like a transgender or something like that answer, you're like, one of the guys says, "Don't ever click that button of the guy because since his avatar, his first post is actually porn." And I was like, "Are you shitting me?" And I'm one of those people that I'm a moron because sometimes I click it just to see if it's true. And I was like, "Oh shit." Come on. I was like, so then I did the right thing. I actually report him because I was like, come on, some kid is gonna be like here clicking and you're gonna see a grown man actually, sorry for the word, but jerk it off in the middle of Twitter. And I was like, God damn it. And this,
my God.
And this was kind of, it was like, this is for real? Are you shitting me? This guy actually had like 2030, I think 2013,000 of people following him, and that was the first thing that you actually see. And this is supposedly there shouldn't be this in Twitter because
No.
Yeah, this guy gets to keep his account, but Az gets booted because all men must die. Quote from a freaking TV show. That it doesn't make any freaking sense.
Yeah, and I got reported for spam for putting all these pictures of these women that were dressed in bikinis, and I'm like, what's the problem? You know, so what I did, I found a man in bikini and I put it on there, and I still got in trouble for that. I was like, here's something for the ladies who are complaining about the ladies. Here's you a man picture. And I still got in trouble.
I still think it goes down to your overuse of the word "sweetie." It's all gone full circle, basically.
Yes, I know.
You are toxic.
I'm toxic. Oh, talk about toxic. Do you remember the toxic movies like Smokey and the Bandit? Well, I had bought the whole
I love it.
series of they had it at Walmart, all the 7 films of Smokey and the Bandit. And so I posted that on Twitter and I put, here's a dose of toxic masculinity, and Chris Christopherson movies Convoy. Boy, people got nuts on there. How dare you post crap like that? You men don't rule anything. And I'm like, well, I'm going to post the clip of the trailer and hopefully you'll have to go get some oxygen.
Bring back more big Enos. I like it.
They're going to get the vapors. Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God, Enos. Yeah, I'm going to have me a marathon next weekend, and I'm going to watch my Smokey and the Bandit 7 movies. I watched Convoy the other day. That's some good action, you know, blowing up crap and the Enos and all kinds of people. And
but let's try to understand this in some point, because they're actually trying to like keep a clean place. I can understand if right now Twitter, like Elon Musk, starts to go banhammer to everyone, and it should be great because the way I've seen shit, and you see it, you gotta think for 5 seconds. How many people actually like went read this week, and we actually saw the mask-offs just because bad woman, this is a great
how
topic.
dare you put that on the screen, Pacific?
Well,
oh my God,
the show's being canceled.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
That's a happy article.
Well, all I've got to say about the show that I've only given 20 minutes of watch time for is this.
I want you to know it's over. Well, bye.
Tombstone, one of my favorite movies. One of my favorite non-sci-fi movies.
That's not toxic at all.
Because what else can you say? Nobody was watching this. Only
except for Az.
Yeah, but that was the funny part, because I still remember. I think it was the first or the first season. I think it was when he actually remember when he did like like that chatboard, and he actually wrote like, "This is fucking shit," and it was awesome. I was like, I wanted that back in the 3rd season too, because you could actually see between each episode how much he will become the Joker, because he was going by even worse and worse between one of those. And I kind of understand him, because I saw EFAP, and EFAP actually enjoyed it, of the hilarity of being so bad, because to them it was so bad that actually it was funny, and to us it was so bad that he was actually thrown into madness, and that was great.
Well,
because
when you got buddies with you to make fun of it, you can enjoy it as a comedy. But Az was by himself watching it and then reviewing it on his own. You could go mad doing that.
That's another thing. Never ever. This is like they say. This is like getting the Predator. You actually have to have an army before you actually see the show. At least 2 or 3 people to actually tackle it. But
so what does the article say? Because they should have canceled Batwoman. How do you explain the first Batwoman, and then she changes sexuality and color in the 2nd season?
Oh, that is funny.
Well,
She
she
actually,
ain't sexuality. She's still lesbian.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, I don't watch it, so I don't know.
I'll
Okay.
I watch enough of the other YouTube channels to know
Mm.
how it went out. But yeah, she's
I-
they replaced one lesbian with another lesbian, and then
Yeah.
they like everybody, all the other women that are part of this show are basically lesbians. So it's just a giant, you know,
You
lesbian.
know,
Fucking
We
scissoring.
know,
Yeah.
we've
so
known
what
for a
is
while that CW is up for sale. Do you think that by severing some of these seasons and like putting an end to it, make it easier for someone else to buy it? Because I mean,
yes.
if I were
Yep.
to buy it today, I'd be stuck with some of the, another season of this, another season. By canceling some of the stuff, it makes it easier for the sales to go through. Don't you think?
Oh, I
I think
totally
so.
agree. If I had the money and I bought it, I'd be like, your season. I'd wipe out all the crap. I'd wipe it all out. I don't
Yeah.
care if we didn't have any new programming. We'd find something else to throw on there until we got new shows with stuff where you don't shove it down people's throats and you don't preach to us. I would run repeats or something. I'd wipe them all out, just like Legends of the whatever. They canceled that too after 7 seasons. I can't believe it lasted 7 damn seasons. Legends of Tomorrow or
Yeah.
whatever.
I
But
never watched that show once, and it looks like we lost Pops. Hopefully, he'll be able to come back.
Yeah. He was in his car. He probably on his phone.
Yep.
So
Yep.
Yeah.
And here he is.
There we go.
so Pacific, did Twitter blow up over this cancellation?
I've seen screenshots of people trying to save the show, but it's not worth saving.
I tweeted that we should save the show only to make Az continue to hate watch it. I tried to pass along the hashtag for a couple of days, but it didn't really go anywhere.
you're a mean dude, really.
Whoa! I'm watching Halo. Listen.
Oh my
I'm doing
God.
my
Oh
own.
God.
Pop,
I'm doing
Pops
my own
is watching
Schadenfreude.
Halo.
I've got my own, so everyone has to do their part. Like I watch it, so you don't have to. That's my philosophy.
Yeah. Okay, this is the funny part because Gab didn't. Oh, we lost him again. Anyway, Gab
I'll bring
actually
back.
doesn't know. There we go. He come back. He's like one bad woman. He's just changing characters. He's gonna come back right now. Anyway, the Gab. The story was this: when they actually changed the character. You know how it happened. Ruby Rose dies, and then the bad woman suit just falls down into this new character. There was a black woman, and she just gets it, puts it on, and she actually knows how to use it in like 5 seconds.
Don't
Yeah,
forget,
that was
she was living in a van down
she
by
was
the river.
Wait a
Yep.
minute. Wait, what?
yes, she was
Yes.
a poor person.
She was
That actually
living
got-
in a van down by the river. You're
Yeah.
just walking along one day, and you see a Batwoman suit.
Yep.
So you put it on, and now you're a superhero. Bloody freaking duh!
Time to be powerful.
I was on 540 Studio show, and they were showing photos to torment me of like photos from like Flash and these shows. I'm like, it's such bad cosplay now. They don't even bother. Like, it seems like by now they would have the suits from 2 or 3 seasons ago that would look decent, and it's literally like they've just given up. So it needs to be canceled just to put the creative staff before. So let them go find a real job again.
And
let them
the
all go.
writer and the writers too. Fan fiction. That's not writing. That's fan fiction.
Yeah, they all need to go back to work at Wendy's. Leave this kind of stuff for the big boys.
Yeah, I guess
No, don't insult Wendy's. More like McDonald's.
Well, yeah, I'll give you McDonald's. I've actually got. I usually get good food at Wendy's and McDonald's. I'll tell you a story. We got a brand new McDonald's built. It took them like 6 months, a year to build this brand new McDonald's. Oh, grand opening line was back to the road. I mean, you go to the road, goes all the way around. The whole freaking drive-through line was completely full. Parking lot was full. I finally get up there to get me a burger and a fries. And I don't know how they managed this, but I got cold, soggy fries.
Whoa.
How do you do this?
Not the McDonald's fries. Those are supposed to be the best.
Yeah.
and they had to be making these things fresh. I got a fry. They're cold. These people there were people everywhere ordering crap, and I ended up with cold fries. How does this happen?
Hey, you know what they should do for the fans that are upset about Batwoman? You know, I won't pick a restaurant. One of the fast food chains, maybe Taco Bell, should give away a little a Batwoman toy suit and a van as a Happy Meal.
Now you could be Batman or Batwoman.
So getting into this article here, Batwoman canceled after 3 seasons when it should have been canceled after 20 minutes. It says Batwoman has been canceled at the CW after 3 seasons. Series showrunner Caroline Dries shared the news on Twitter, writing, "Just got the sad news that Batwoman will not be seen as season 4. I am bummed, but full of gratitude." Well, you were the showrunner. You should be embarrassed by the product that you put on TV, but that's another story for another time. What an honor to make 51 episodes. Yep.
Sorry. It was just a second. I'm gonna explain this later. Continue, please.
What an honor to make 51 episodes. So many inspiring, brilliant people contributed to the series. That's not what I hear from Az every time I watch his review. Thank you, producers, cast and crew. Thank you, fans. We love you. What? You only had 2 fans.
A bar full of lesbians. That's all you had watching it.
Hey, don't talk about my show.
No.
I've got the perfect clip for that.
You will be silent.
I don't know if we're going to get through this article, but I'll be quiet.
It's okay. The article finishes off by saying Batwoman began airing on the CW in 2019, albeit with a different lead actress. Ruby Rose originally starred in the series, but exited after the first season. She later claimed that unsafe working conditions led to her exit. Oh my god. This is bringing me to tears.
Yeah, you know what happened? I found out. Another lesbian producer dropped her hammer and a tool belt on the set, and Ruby thought it was unsafe.
Oh gosh.
You know you know what is unsafe when they actually said, like, we're not making any money, so we actually have to cut off your salary, and she was like, nope. That was the reality. God damn it. Sometimes I just remember that I was just looking about this, and this is what I wanted to talk. Do you all remember that band girl that actually YouTube tried to create like in a week, and then she became famous because she got like 3 million subscribers and all that? Yes, she's still live. She's still making content, and she's getting like 1 million sometimes even hits on YouTube. And this remind me because they actually use the same kind of story. A black girl in a band actually finds something like it was exactly the same. And I was like, probably that's why they were trying to push like that idea of a black person just getting like lucky in some of those kinds of cases. And we all know what happened with that girl. Like she was promoted by YouTube a lot. So yeah.
We're
This
never
was
going to
insane.
be invited back on. There will never be a live jump in the stream with Pacific after we've been on.
We're going to wreck your show.
Okay, so Cayete Zen Sultan.
But anyways, to finish off this article, it says she later claimed that unsafe working conditions led to her exit, as well as issues with co-star Douglas Scott. Javicia Leslie was then brought in as a new character to take over the mantle of Batwoman. The show also starred Rachel Scarston, Megan Tandy, Nicole Kane, Cameron Johnson, Victoria Cartagena, Robin Givens, and Nick Cregan. Well, okay. Good riddance. It's a bad rubbish. See you later.
Did that
Wait
show
a
take
minute.
place in San Francisco?
I'm not sure what city it took place in, other
Sure,
than maybe
Gotham.
Gotham.
I'm sure it was Gotham, but it's like San Francisco, Gotham. I don't know. Bad joke. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I'm full of bad jokes. So, the article finishes up with Dries developed Batwoman for TV based on the characters from DC. She executive produced along with Greg Berlanti and Sarah Cheddar, or I don't know, Berlanti Productions, as well as Jeff Johns, Chad Fivish, and James Patrick Stork. Warner Brothers Television was the studio. With the cancellation, the only remaining DC shows on the CW are The Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, Superman and Lois, and Stargirl. The Flash was renewed for a 9th season back in March, while Stargirl is waiting to debut its 3rd season later this year. Legends of Tomorrow's future at the network is still pending. However, Fivish and Storak and Batwoman writer Natalie Abrams are currently prepping the pilot Gotham Knights at the network. Ooh, another show that's gonna fail. I mean, let's face it.
Can we see the actual numbers of the Flash and all those shows? Because I know for a fact that they're not making any numbers just to
No,
still
Flash got
they'll
worse.
still be alive. So what's the CW is gonna get sale? What's the point to actually keep making this kind of shows? They're actually losing. No, I still remember that there was a new some kind of report or news. I can't remember what it was. They say that they haven't made any money since 2006 when it was created the channel. So what the hell are they doing right now? So it's like they're pushing something that nobody's gonna watch, and they're losing money from the day they actually became a channel. So.
Well, the Discovery, or wait, the CW is Warner Brothers, right? With the
CW used to be a joint operation by
CBS.
Paramount and
Paramount, yeah.
or
But-
CBS, one of those.
But with the new merger, I think that man at the top, is probably going to start cutting a lot more stuff. So it would be attractive for them to dump the CW. Remember Me TV and all of that? None of that stuff lasted a long time. I bet you CW will become something like that, something for over the air antenna. And,
Well, honestly, it needs to go one way or another because UPN came and went. The WB came and went, and after those two came and went, they took what was left and created the CW, and it's just failed from the start.
yeah, because the numbers, I mean, sometimes I look at the Nielsen ratings, and you know how many shows that made at least 2 million views a week that got canceled that were really good, and look at the CW with all this crap, under 500,000, under 250,000 a week, and they get to go 5 seasons. I mean, that's just wrong.
Money laundering.
Look at the crap that we're getting with Star Trek right now.
Oh,
4 seasons of Discovery.
Do you think that they'll cancel Discovery after? I won't say cancel. Say what they should do, in my opinion, is say, season 5 is it. It's a 5-year mission. It's done. Picard will be done after next year. I watched the Strange New Worlds trailer, and I did not like the theme music. And
It's terrible.
Thank you.
The intro was terrible.
And
It's still better than Enterprises.
Well, yeah.
No, it ain't.
Uh,
I'm going to disagree with you there.
Road.
I love that song, but yeah, I can.
There to here.
It made sense.
I'm sorry, Cap. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, the song made sense made sense for Enterprise and how it is. You know, they're just starting out, and I understand that it's not technically, you know, a Trekkie sort of intro, and I get that, but at least it works for the theme of the show.
Yeah, true.
But the intro to Strange New Worlds didn't sound anything Trek like at all. I mean, you compare it to TNG, the original series, even Deep Space Nine, and it is so far off that it's like I'm like, what the crap is this? I don't understand.
I like Voyager's theme actually. I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, the show I actually liked Voyager, except for I thought it had several seasons of fatigue, Star Trek fatigue, and Enterprise. The first season, I was like, what? I'm confused. Season 3 was kick ass. I love season 3.
Yeah.
But Strange New Worlds, I don't know. Explain to me how Uhura. Why is Uhura on the bridge? Why?
She shouldn't even be on the bridge. She shouldn't even be a cadet.
I mean, you know, and Noonien Sung Doctor or whatever. What is he doing there? Excuse me. You know, are you going to mess up the eugenic wars? Or I mean, what are you going to do?
They are very good at retconning everything.
In the latest episode of Picard, 7 and 9 says that Starfleet basically said, no, you can't come into Starfleet because you're an ex-Borg. I'm thinking, yeah, well, what about Picard? He's an ex-Borg, and you let him back in?
It's the same joke as the Simpsons, you know? It's the same joke as the Simpsons. We don't let Homers here, but you have the other Homer. And like, it's the same show, goddamn it. This show is actually copying a joke. Think about that.
And Dr. Marcus, could you, I don't really think she should be on there either. I mean, where's Nurse Chapel? Or you know, why don't we have a friend of Nurse Chapel's or a younger Dr. McCoy? I'm just saying. I don't know. But you know what I mean? I mean, they're going to ruin this one too. And I was so excited because I liked Captain Pike. And the only reason why I watched one season of Discovery was because everybody was Captain Pike, Captain Pike, Captain Pike. So I went back and watched season 1 and I was like, oh, holy crap, you know, holy crap. And Mikey Spock, oh my gosh.
Yes.
And why is Kirk even in this show?
Oh God.
He doesn't need to be. Right. He should be on the Farragut. He should be a lieutenant on the Farragut.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't even come. He doesn't come into the Enterprise until after Pike is gone.
Pike, yes.
And Captain Kirk was highly established as loving women only. You know, he was all about the women. Well, why are you going to make him potentially bisexual? I mean, you know,
the message.
Yeah, the message. Well, I hope the message tanks your freaking stock like it already has. I hope this one blows it up. Oh.
And even in the menagerie, Kirk mentions that he only met Pike when he was taking command of the Enterprise.
That
was their only encounter.
Yep.
He mentioned he met Fleet Captain one time when taking command. That's it.
That's it, right.
Guys, let's not forget, Spock never talked about a sister that he has. So this
he doesn't have a sister.
Yeah, that's a reality. Yeah, but that's a reality. We all know that this is a bullshit show. Every second that it happened, because you can actually understand that if he says like, "I lost my sister, so I never like to speak about that." If she in the first season actually got sucked by a black hole and Mikey Spock survived, and he said like, "Okay, I'm never gonna talk about this because this is a bad moment, and like I lost my only sister," I'll be like, "Okay, they kind of understand it because it's kind of tragedy, and he doesn't want to show his emotion. It makes a." But it's just classified. Go fuck yourself. That is not a real opinion or a real a writer should say just like that doesn't make any sense, because even if it is classified, Spock is a person that never shows any kind of feelings. So even in that moment, in the middle of the show, Spock could say like back in the Oshi, I remember I used to have like somebody that helped me with this kind of things or something like that, you know. And he never even mentioned something like that because he wasn't that character. He was never that character. He was never a person that believes so much into the rules sometimes. So even if he believed, sometimes he will like let kind of those feelings of that part human that he had to actually flourish. For example, we see it in the episode that he fights Kirk for the hand of the new wife that he was gonna get, and that's a moment that even him realizes that it was a bad moment. So what's the fucking point to actually creating a sister that show his feeling that he actually sings? God damn it, that show, especially because the biggest problem is the ending. The ending when they say it was classified. That's why he never talked about her. It was like, no, are you
No,
for
no,
real?
Yeah,
that was complete BS.
they took
Yeah.
they took his unknown brother from Star Trek 5 and thought that it was a good idea. We all know how Star Trek 5 turned out. Thought it was a great idea, so let's give him a sister also.
Sure,
Well,
what the hell? Why not?
Let's take a bad idea and do it again.
yeah, who's gonna
Excuse
watch?
me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
What does Spock need with a sister?
Mhm.
What does a god need with a sister? I can answer that thing exactly.
Who's gonna watch Strange New Worlds to suffer through it?
I don't know. I need to pick a season of something so I can review it for my channel. I always have
No, no,
trouble
no.
finding
Wait,
things
wait,
to
wait,
make
wait,
videos
wait, wait,
about.
wait. If you actually do that, please call me. We're gonna watch it together because I want to laugh my ass off. I know for a fact. Please tell me like we're gonna see that, and then we're gonna see it together because I can't believe it. I saw Picard alone, and I was like, God damn it! I want to make so many jokes, but nobody's here to listen to it. So, oh god damn it! Those shows are awful. They're making the same with Star Wars? There's content for content's sake. It doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
It doesn't follow any kind of rules. It doesn't follow Star Trek at all. They just put like they just draw a thing and say it's gonna work. It's not gonna work. We saw it with that lower decks shit. That was awful, awful. It was complete and oh, damn it.
Well, it's also
Disgusting.
all about the narrative, don't you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the
but
narrative.
but the
It's
message.
both. They don't care about losing money anymore. They need content for their streaming services. It's the
Mm.
cheapest way to go. They can use it as a platform to push their message, and they don't care.
But that's the thing.
know,
If
they've
they're
proven it.
actually yeah, but there's a difference between doing it for the message, as you know, what the drinker will say, the message, and you're like, okay, do it for the message. I don't care, but do it at least do it a little bit good to make some sense, because the message never gets to a person if it doesn't. It's a bad show or something like that. You know, it's like nobody's gonna watch it. Where's the
Well, they
message?
know when they put the message in there, nobody's going to watch it. So why make it a high budget production? They're going to lose. They know their message sucks. They know people don't want it, and they recoil. So why put money into a TV show that they know people aren't going to watch?
But
So they
that's
make
the
it like
thing.
crap.
But that's the thing. You can actually make it, even if it is. You don't need a great budget. Sometimes you just need a great writer. That's it. A person that makes logic, even when logic doesn't make sense. And that's the funny part, because sometimes we have seen some of the episodes of Star Trek: The Ocean, and they didn't have a lot of money back in that day, and they made a great content because it was about the story. The story was the important part.
Yeah,
It was
first and
the
foremost,
characters.
that's your
Yeah,
foundation.
and that's a reality. You can put a message. They actually had message back in the day, and you saw it, and you believed in them because it makes sense inside the logic of the Federation and how they work and how line
Well,
of command works and all that.
there's decades of Star Trek lore and series Bibles.
Hmm.
You know, I watched a stream. They said the series Bible up until Discovery is like, it's freaking huge. It's several feet high or several books. So they have no excuse except for their agenda. But I just saw this next article, Pacific. This is interesting.
Yeah, a lot of times on Pop Talk, I'll try to look for stuff that people aren't talking about. Gary's not talking about it, Az isn't talking about it, or anyone else that I've subscribed to on this platform aren't talking about it. But I've always been a fan of Sergeant Slaughter, whether it be in his wrestling career or during his voice acting career on G.I. Joe. So listen up, you pukes. We've got an article here from comicbook.com.
G.I. Joe, an American hero.
Mm-hmm. And in this article, it says WWE Hall of Famer Sergeant Slaughter joins G.I. Joe classified line. Signs multi-year deal, you maggot.
Ooh, you mean toy line?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta have that.
And I hope you guys didn't mind my Sergeant Slaughter impression.
No, we loved it. Do it again.
All right, let's see if I can do it at least for part of the article. The Hasbro G.I. Joe team held their Fan First Tuesday live stream earlier this week. And over the course of the presentation, they revealed quite a few figures and sneak peeks. While there are several great reveals, it's hard not to focus on the biggest surprise of the stream, which was the reveal of fan favorite G.I. Joe character and WWE Hall of Famer Sergeant Slaughter. Listen up. Who is now coming to Hasbro's excellent G.I. Joe classified line as an action figure. During the presentation, Sergeant Slaughter delivered a promo saying that he has re-enlisted with Hasbro and the G.I. Joe franchise, but Wrestling Inc. is also reporting that he has signed a multi-year deal with Hasbro, so perhaps we'll see even versions of Slaughter down the road. Okay, that's all I can do right now.
Yeah, it's gonna break you.
It reminds me of Christian Bale's Dark Knight.
Yeah. Where's the trigger?
Pull the trigger. But the article continues by saying Sergeant Slaughter's video promo was classic, and you can find it here. We're gonna watch it. Shouldn't have any issue of copyright or anything.
Dead Hunt! Okay, at ease and listen up, maggots. This is Sergeant Slaughter, special drill instructor for G.I. Joe.
Can you guys hear it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
A real American hero. I'm here to share some top secret intelligence with you. The G.I. Joe team is up running stronger than ever with a new line of 6-inch action figures. I'm very proud to announce to you that I, Sergeant Slaughter, have been called back to active duty by the Joe Command to once again train the greatest heroes that have ever fought. So you Cobra clowns better look out, because I have re-enlisted with Hasbro and we're taking no prisoners. These classified recruits are good, and I will make sure they stay that way. Now hear this, maggots. I want you to watch this digital sneak peek of the toughest G.I. Joe classified action figure ever. Me, Sergeant Slaughter. Have I made myself clear? Good. Then keep watching Hasbro Pulse for more information about when you can add a Sergeant Slaughter G.I. Joe action figure to your classified collection. All right, maggots. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Yo, Joe!
He still got it.
He does.
Wow.
All right, so we already know what he said because I played the video, and there's one of the figures. Looks nice. I'm not gonna lie, it looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
That does look nice. When is it coming out?
Let's see if the article says. Goes on to talk about the other reveals. There's Zartan, Storm Shadow, and Resolute themed Snake Eyes. Let's see. It doesn't say. Doesn't have a release date.
They say just an event forward on the year. Sorry. Sometimes if they actually showing the figure, it probably is gonna be no more than this year is gonna be for sure because they already had it. So
I don't know. It's pretty cool. I mean, let's face it. If you grew up in the '80s when GI Joe and Transformers, Thundercats, He-Man, Ninja Turtles were all in their heyday, Sergeant Slaughter was one of the popular figures.
okay, I cannot talk a lot about this. Even if I grew in the '80s, I was like more of an anime kind of guy. So go for it. I am GI Joe. I just watched it like back in the 95, 96. Actually, I think it was. So I wasn't in that time. And here in Argentina, they never, and I mean this for real, they never ever sold GI Joes. Not joking.
Yeah, if you're big into, I mean, I guarantee you, like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers will probably be buying that. If you're big into GI Joe, that's the place to be.
I don't know what's they actually announced what are gonna be the other figures because I didn't see it on on those news. They just
Zartan and
show
Storm Shadow were the other figures mentioned.
okay.
No Snake Eyes.
No.
And then a version of Snake Eyes from GI Joe Resolute.
Mm. It's kind of funny because what's the price of one of those? I never saw the prices of the new ones. I know for a fact that back in the day the old ones was like $50-$60. I don't know these ones. Are they more?
Find out.
Yeah, the new. I bought the retro GI Joe Drake and all the other guys, and they're around $30. The new retro versions, but I still think they're overpriced. I think actually all the collectibles are overpriced, and then the shipping is outrageous.
Don't get me on the shipping. Even if I want to buy something like for $1, it's gonna be the shipping is $200 to $300 here. So yeah, you can't buy anything at all.
According to this chart, depending on the figures, some of them can run as high as $39, and the lowest looks like so far is $20.
Yeah, so it's okay.
It's a collector's series figure, is what it is. That's why they're asking so much.
Yeah.
Zanzoltan, when is your birthday month? Is your birthday month coming up?
No, it's in September.
Oh,
there's
well,
a lot of time. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a Michael Burnham Discovery doll for your birthday.
dude, you're just trying to make me do a video where I burn her and just say
Yes,
this
please.
is classified, right?
Yes, and I'll send you my Star Trek Discovery season 1 and 2, and you can have a burning party.
Oh, I would love it, dude. I'm gonna tell you this, and this is for real. I once bought the Ghost of Tsushima game, and it came with a little bit of a pamphlet that said, "Buy Last of Us 2. It's a great game." I burned it. I made a video. Sorry, yeah, I'm kind of that guy. So I'm no problem. If you want to send me a Michael Burnham, I will do a video with much pleasure. I will say like I have here that he gave me like a Michael, or perhaps first I could do like a little slideshow. Watch her go through different adventures that they never show.
Did you guys see, you know who Andy Masterson is, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you see him make Mikey Spock Burnham he made an action figure of her in a janitor suit with in the holodeck, and that was his way of wiping out Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
Oh my God, yes, he died. Ugh.
Yeah. Even if you didn't know who he was, you would recognize his artwork.
Yep.
I've heard the name a long time ago. I never read DC, but yeah, I always knew the name Neal Adams. So even for the Marvel guys, his name passes over.
I mean, look at that example of his artwork right here. That's great artwork. It's better than what we're getting now. So this article comes to us from Superhero Hype. It's by Blair Marnell, and it says iconic Batman artist Neal Adams passes away at 80. This article comes via The Hollywood Reporter and goes on to say the legendary comic book artist, writer, and publisher Neal Adams passed away on Thursday due to complications from sepsis. He was 80 years old. Adams was born in New York City on June 15th, 1941, and he broke into the comic book industry with Archie Comics in 1960. His first breakout work followed in 1967 when his photorealistic style and Strange Adventures made DC's Dead Man a hit. In 1969, Adams joined writer Roy Thomas for a stint on the X-Men during the title's late Silver Age run. However, Adams' greatest contributions to comics came during his runs on Batman and Detective Comics. In 1970, Adams and writer Denny O'Neil revitalized The Dark Knight just a few years after the campy Batman TV series had overtaken the tone of the comics. Adam and O'Neil brought back the Joker after a 5-year absence and reestablished him as both a homicidal villain and Batman's top adversary. Together, Adams and O'Neil also created Ra's al Ghul and his daughter Talia, as well as Man-Bat. Adams and O'Neil continue to their collaboration with a landmark run on Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Their hard traveling heroes arc took an unprecedented look at real issues like racism and drug use that were far more mature than other superhero comics of that era. They also introduced John Stewart as another Green Lantern from Earth and one of DC's first black superheroes. In 1984, Adams launched his comic company Continuity. Yeah, I know. I was just having an issue because I took a bite of something and going down the wrong way. Continuity Comics, where he published his own creator-owned titles like Miss Mystic, Armor, Valiera, and Megalith. He also published other titles including Larry Hama and Michael Golden's Bucky O'Hare, which was also adapted into an animated series and a video game.
Yeah, it's great.
Continuity Comics ceased publishing new books in 1994, but Adams maintained Continuity Studios for the rest of his life. Adams was also widely known in the industry for championing creators' rights. He advocated on behalf of Superman creators Jerry Siegel and Joel Schuster and helped the pair receive credit for their work and a pension from DC. Additionally, Adams successfully lobbied the major comic book companies to return the original artwork to the artist, as it should be.
Mhm.
In 2010, Adams wrote and drew Batman Odyssey miniseries for DC. He followed up on the project in 2016 with a 6-issue miniseries, Batman Coming of the Superman. Superman Coming of the Superman. Sorry. I don't know why I said Batman. I got Batman on the brain. His most recent work for DC was a short story with writer Paul Levitz for the hardcover book Action Comics 80 Years of Superman. Superhero Hype extends its condolences to Adam's family, friends, and colleagues, fans all over the world, and as do I and panelists here on Pacific Forum for Pop Talk.
Yes. Sometimes you never know because I'm a big fan of Bucky O'Hare. I didn't know he was the creator. So this is a big one. I've been playing the games. I've seen the show. It's great. And I didn't know, honest to God, I didn't know he was the creator for the comics and then what's made all the show and all that. So my biggest condolences then because I really enjoy his work. I didn't know.
Definitely. And can I mention Pacific, the Pata wannabe? He says old artists had their own style. New artists go to comic schools and use computers to draw. Very different all around. I totally agree. I mean, computers are great, but there's nothing like going to art school or, or learning from a master in comic books, how, to draw, because the stuff that they do today is crap.
Well, it's not. Look at and hello everybody.
Hello, Cash.
Hello.
Welcome,
Hello,
brother.
Cash.
Yay.
Nice to
Hello,
meet you.
guys.
I'm finally here, Pacific. I made it. No, I'm just kidding. But
You made it, but I still haven't received the video from Paul.
I knew it, and I will get into that in a second. I'm sure. Bunch of crap. Anyways, dang it, Paul, get your shit together.
Come on, Paul. We
All right.
wanted a duel.
Dang it, Paul. Anyways.
Oh, I saw it yesterday.
But yeah, it's like what Crit told me. He's a friend that Pacific and I know. And Captain Trek knows of Crit too. But what it is you look at all the art style for Cartoon Network, for example, and it all pretty much looks the same. I mean, and once again, this is why people have done this comparison already. You look at the art style of She-Ra Prince of Power, and then you look at the art style from the 80s, and you can just tell there's just more love and passion in there. And I think it's just really disappointing that you just continue to see lazy art from stuff that you love. It's just
Yeah, you just have to watch The Simpsons nowadays. You see the old ones, and you actually see the love and care. Just sorry again. Just in the opening, you see the love and care in the animation, and you see the new one. It's like, this is shit, because the passion has been lost between the time. We see it every day. Every day we actually like grab an old cartoon, and you see like. The opening, just the opening is enough sometimes, because even as I saw Thundercats, the old version, I was like, oh damn, this was all drawn up by hand. That has to hurt, because this is some of the backgrounds of some places. You're like, oh, this probably took like 1 week to do, and that's the great thing, because you actually see the passion that they actually had to pour into some of these shows. And nowadays it's just so 3D, so made out of like 15 minutes in a Adobe Photoshop kind of or something like that, and you don't see that love nowadays. That's why one of the only shows that I love from this new era was Gumball, because it has so many different kind of style inside one only show that I was like, okay, even if I don't like these color arts, because sometimes I don't like it, and it's notable why, because it has become such a verbatim nowadays for drawings. They have a lot of characters with different kind of style inside that same show, and they actually took advantage of that. But when you see like a cartoon nowadays, and I've seen the Steven Universe for only like I think 10 or 20 episodes because I was tired of the character, I was tired about the story, I was tired about everything. It was like seeing back in the day. I used to see like Shuyoshi X, and it was the same exact same character. I was like, no, I don't care about this. And you see that kind of show, and you're like, no, I'm done. I don't care about the story. And even the art was meh. It wasn't like, oh, the greatest. No, it was meh. It was it had some kind of ideas here and there, but it
Hmm.
didn't like shine
Yeah.
between them. And then you see like things, and this is funny part because you see things like the X-Men's of the '97. You see those animations, those powers, the lights and the colors, and you actually kind of like get invested in this because each character has a definition and a different thing and a different color, a different way of everything is different. So you kind of understand why they did this back in the comics because they needed to actually that's the thing about comics and all that. They actually have to catch your eye. You actually have to be walking right in the middle of the street and see that comic and see like, oh, that looks nice. Because they need that to catch your eye. Nowadays, since shows are like they can draw it in your face, they actually that's why Teen Titans Go exist. They just make it, and it doesn't have that same impact that it had back in the day. That's why I still love up to this day. Like what is the best Batman to me is still the animated series because they actually pour a lot of work into it, and a lot. I mean, when you see some of the episodes, you understand that they actually took really, really, really careful. And, like in the drawing, they took really careful. They work into the detail. There we go. Because they took all the time that they needed, and they made a show that actually can transcend that time. Nowadays, if you actually have to watch, like, I don't know, let's just go through the list of Cartoon Network shows that people remember: Steven Universe, Gumball, perhaps Uncle Grandpa, and that's it. Because there's a lot of shows. I think there was one we called Sanjay and Bojay or something like that. I can't remember. And then you go back to the old ones, the '90s, and you actually remember Dexter, Johnny Bravo. We have Samurai Jack. Samurai Jack is awesome, and then you have a lot of shows that are great because not only because they show, but their art. Samurai Jack still has one of the greatest episodes of cartoon, the episode that is actually black and white. There he actually fights a ninja in black and he becomes a white ninja. And that's a spectacular episode because they actually became like an episode normal, and then when he actually puts that suit of a white ninja, they change all the style into like a Japanese kind of samurai movie of the 50 or 40. I can't remember exactly. And even the entire show changes, even the style of the show, because I remember that it became from from normal screen to widescreen. So it was weird. And even that has a different style inside the show. And
Real
sorry.
quick, Gap Stargate has to go. I want to thank you, Gap Stargate, for coming on this morning. Really appreciate it.
I want to thank you for letting me on, Mike. Nice to meet you, Anno Moss. Captain Trek, we'll talk later. You're awesome. Nice to meet you, Cash Money.
You too. Man.
Zan Zoltan, take a breath, and I'm gonna go on Adobe Photoshop and continue my stick figures, and then I'm gonna go toy hunting.
Nice.
Cool,
all right, guys,
Have
y'all
fun.
are awesome. This is such a fun stream. This made my day. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, man,
You're
be
welcome,
good,
brother.
All right,
You're
later,
always
guys.
welcome back.
No. All right. But yeah. You want to continue, Zan?
No, there's a problem. I know for a fact that I started once I go in a roll like that, I cannot stop.
No, like the Simpsons animation was different. Like you could just tell it was the older style. It still looks fine. I've never looked at Simpsons animation and said, oh, that's amazing, but it's good. It's still good. I won't say it's better than, say, a lot of these Cartoon Network shows. I mean, I can't believe what they did to, what is this? It was the third time they rebooted Thundercats. Those Thundercat characters look awful compared to the early 2000s version, which probably was the best version of Thundercats art style wise.
Mm.
The best art. Yeah.
But no, it wasn't only that, because even if they, they did the colors and all that into the show, but the problem was that they didn't even respect the original style, not even respect the
No.
characters, and they even made an episode trying to like, let's just say it like it is. They try to make this show the real Thundercats, and that was such stupid episode, because we know for a fact that they were actually failing and very badly. And I think it only had one season, because I don't remember even seeing. I remember seeing that moment they actually had the original voice of Leono doing an episode, and I was like, "You're done." I don't remember seeing one episode. I think I saw the first episode, and I was like, "No, this is not for me."
Yeah, that's the Cartoon Network series one, right? Not the
Yeah,
early
yeah, yeah.
2000s, because the early 2000 one is really good.
No, this is the Thundercats Roar, the new one that actually
Yeah.
was made for a person that said like, I don't care what you think, I'm gonna do this show like I want it, and it was like, yeah,
Well,
that's
look
why
at
it
how
lasted
good
one
like
season.
Teen Titans is. I mean, the art style is good, but the writing is quality. It's quality writing. The Teen Titans Go, I don't know.
But that's
I'm sure they wanted to. They dumb these cartoons down. Cartoon Network's the worst of them. Nickelodeon was always better, but Cartoon Network they make the most generic, crappy art, and that may be part of the whole idea of make art worthless, like unimaginative blobs and shapes and to get these kids who don't know any better, and the young kids watch this stuff and just and that shapes them and stuff. It's just I think it's done on purpose, to be honest, but because they can create art and animation far better, like in the 80s, like He-Man, like G.I. Joe and Transformers and stuff. Yeah, that stuff was great, and it was more adultish. I mean, it's still a cartoon, but it was more realistic, I guess you want to put it that
Still
way.
holds up. That's why it's considered probably timeless, I would say, or at least a classic. All those shows, Transformers. I mean, you go back and watch Mask. I mean, these shows were just clever.
Yeah,
they were.
And
I do want to say that we finally had some common sense on this panel. We finally have a patriot on this panel.
Oh, a real patriot. About time. Yeah.
A real American hero.
All I'm gonna say is I always have the theme song to Team America World Police playing in the background.
Yes.
America.
I actually found a video. It was a 2-part video on TikTok where somebody did that, and it's a bald eagle running on the ground.
Yes,
they
it's awesome.
animated it.
And that's an awesome video. I have it too. It's great.
I actually
TikTok
downloaded
can be
it.
useful.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Even as I'm a big fan of Team America, and I even have the DVD and all that. And I showed it to my brother that he's actually a fan too. And he was like, "Oh, this is awesome! Why didn't make it even longer?" And I was like, "That's the end of the story. How much I wanted?" I was like, "No, there's even a little bit more."
Yep.
I miss the times that they actually could do movies like that. I love Matt Damon character. I love that.
Matt Damon.
Honestly, that's whenever I see him. Like, I love The Martian, the movie The Martian, and every time I see him, and they're messaging back and forth and everything, because that's the only way they can communicate. I just want them to be like, Matt Damon.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think they've ever actually worked with Matt Damon, but he always said, "Oh, I want to work with those South Park guys, man." He said that at least.
No, they
He said
wouldn't.
that before. I don't think so.
They take shots at everybody. I mean,
just about.
Yes. I mean, so that's what I like about them, is that they don't care. Like, they just make content, and if it offends you, well, that's your problem.
Yeah, but do not see their second part of the COVID special. That was bad, dude. The first part was
I never
good.
saw any of it.
Oh, good. If you watch the first part, just watch that first part. Don't watch the second part. Trust me. I mean, if you want to.
It was the one with the jab. That was the second part.
Yes, it wasn't. Good.
Yes, I
It was
saw
just.
it. I was
It
like,
was
man.
pretty stupid. Actually, I was like, come on, South Park, you can do better than this.
Yeah, but
The sad reality is we won't ever get another South Park movie. Probably we won't get something like Team America World Police. Excuse me.
I
No,
want to
we
be.
won't.
Very enjoyable. Very funny.
I mean, well,
a
it's
lot
like
of
a cool night.
stereotypes. Michael Moore even blows up in the.
He goes into Mount Rushmore. He's holding a hot dog in one hand,
so
and
funny,
the detonator
dude.
in the other.
Even that, I don't. Even that joke. I mean, it's true. Even that song about Pearl Harbor, Misty
Oh,
March,
yes.
like it's so true. Like Cuba Gooding Jr. was definitely better than Ben Affleck in that movie. That's not a lie. We all saw it. We all saw it.
Oh, god damn it! That song, it was like a love song until they started talking about Pearl Harbor. I was like, what?
I just love it where he's the best martial artist in Detroit. It's like Detroit. What? Detroit's known for cars, not martial artists. But okay, whatever. I'll just roll with it. You're using marionette puppets, for God's sakes.
Oh man,
I think the martial artist of Detroit is a callback to the what is that? The Kung Fu Glow. With it was a
The Last Dragon.
It was a black kung fu movie, and when you became
The
a
Last
master,
Dragon.
you got the glow.
Yeah,
and they
that was
were like
awesome.
in,
I need to watch
they
that.
were in one of those cities like that. So I think that was kind of a callback to that. And you guys were mentioning the Team America, Matt Damon. I can't remember everything about it, but they asked the South Park guys, and they said they decide. I think they decided first on what people they wanted to be in it. So they made the dolls ahead of time. But then they kind of ran out of dialogue for Matt Damon. But they had this doll made. So they just were like, well, let's just have him say Matt Damon. And it kind of became a joke. Yeah, it kind of became a joke because they wanted him in it. And they didn't know how, they just kind of ran out of material. So he just pokes it there. That became the joke. And I've seen Matt Damon be asked about that, and he laughed super hard about it. He really enjoyed it. He's like, I love the fact that all I say is Matt Damon.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
He's
really
like
enjoyed it. And there's not enough of that, especially
It's just
him
simple.
having the way they came up and the people he knows, regardless of what is going on now. They were good friends with Kevin Smith and, that kind of comedy that was going on. So I'm glad that they got to stay that way, and Matt Damon, it was even funnier to me because he was doing those Jason Bourne movies at the time when Team America came out. So he has no personality in those movies.
No, he really doesn't. He's just kind of like the guy who's in the Jason Bourne movies who you're like, you kind of seem out of place, out of time. Like you're like a time traveler and you're like trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
Yeah, but
that's like the look on his face.
That's always his role, though. I mean, in that situation, you better be serious.
That's the funny part. Probably he was
like the real life version of the Universal Soldier.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Stone Parker probably were like, what can we do with this thing? And it's like, okay, let's just make him like he's Matt Damon. Let's just make it Matt Damon.
Those movies are exactly, and those movies are such a roller coaster. I didn't see the Jeremy Renner one. I still haven't seen that, but I've watched the other ones with Matt Damon. They're just a roller coaster of a lot of good action and interesting stories.
I actually liked the Jeremy Renner one. I wish they would have made a sequel to it because the way they ended it kind of left it open for a sequel. Like you didn't necessarily need one, but I felt like there was more story there because the movie takes place during some of the events of the Bourne franchise. But it's kind of its own story. So it's kind of like follows the same train tracks, like parallel for a bit. And then it kind of eventually veers off in its own thing while still being in that same world.
I thought it tied in to the previous movies good.
Mhm.
I read the books also, and I felt the books did a good depiction of what, or the movies did a good depiction of what the books were trying. Like you said, that roller coaster feeling. I think there was a few things they changed and left out. Obviously, you can't fit it all in, but showing that Renner movie and him being another Jason Bourne character, it tied into the books a lot more because that was kind of what that program was. They were almost like, it doesn't matter what name we give you, you're all Jason Bourne as far as we're concerned. You know, they were literally just turning out operatives by brainwashing them into forgetting who they were.
Yeah,
so
and
the emotionless thing, if you read the books, I understood it a lot more, but you didn't have to read the books to get the movie because the movies did very well. But I agree, the fourth one, that the Jeremy Renner one, I felt it was a good addition to the series.
And it really, if you watch the movie and you see kind of how what they were doing with the Jason Bourne stuff, how they're kind of make him like almost like superhuman in a way, like be emotionless, be tactically this. And then with Jeremy Renner, so anyone who hasn't seen this is part of the plot. It's not like integral, but it's just kind of like goes along with the movie, the Jeremy Renner one. You see him taking these pills, and they're each different colored. And you find out that basically what they do is they slowly, your body slowly adapts to it, to where everything about you is enhanced by like 2 or 3%. So you become like not superhuman, but slightly more enhanced, like your vision, your agility, your everything's just a little bit more enhanced, and it really plays more into the Jason Bourne stuff, where how they're almost like kind of are trying to remake them as human to a degree, like the way they were trying to do with Jason Bourne. Like it really plays into that very well.
Yeah, the pill works. It's a believable. It's almost like a controlled adrenaline kind of thing.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah. So it was really good. I wanted them to make a sequel, and I don't know. Maybe I'm alone on this. I don't know. I could be not. I feel like Jeremy Renner really sold that Jason Bourne-esque character way better than Matt Damon did.
Wow.
Because he can actually emote. He can actually emote. Like when he's doing stuff, you see him in panic. You see him in all these things, and it's like he sells it better.
I can't compare because I haven't seen the other ones.
Oh, and I want to say before you get to the Stan Lee thing, you guys were talking about the action figures, Sergeant Slaughter coming out with the action figures.
That's right, you puke.
That as a newer figure collector, I see it with Star Wars. I don't like that they make it from all the same series, but they adjust the prices. I do not understand that at all. You can get like Star Wars. I don't know what they have for this. Oh, is it what the confidential files? Is that what it's being called?
G.I. Joe classified
Files. So like Black Series, for instance, with Star Wars, I've gotten figures anywhere from $16 to $35, and they go higher. And that's from the same stores. It's the same line. There's nothing they're selling extra with these things that other figures didn't have. It's like pure, they just price point on popularity. You know,
it depends on the character. Sergeant Slaughter, I expect that figure to be expensive because it's Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah. That hits the older demographic that has the money. Well, that's what they think now.
Yeah.
They forget we've been doing stuff for the past 2 years.
So this article from Bounding in the Comics says Stan Lee explains how he came up with the idea of the X-Men. It's by John F. Trent, and it was released on the 29th of April. So it begins by saying legendary comic book creator came up with many of the iconic Marvel Comics characters that are household names, including Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk. the Fantastic Four, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Black Widow, Daredevil. He also came up with the excuse me. He also came up with the X-Men, which might be his most loved creation behind Spider-Man. Lee explained how he came up with the idea of the X-Men in an interview with Lisa Terada for Archive of American Television Living Television Collection. I'll go ahead and post a link to this video in the chat and also in the private chat for anyone who might want to watch it. So
I'm gonna watch that later.
Yeah, me too.
there's that for the public chat, and there we go for the private chat. Okay, so the article continues to say Terada prompted discussion on the X-Men, saying we didn't really talk that much about the X-Men and how that came. Lee jumped right in saying, "Oh, the X-Men. How I did that? Well, there's a funny story. Everything is a funny story. After I'd done the Fantastic Four, the Hulk, Spider-Man, I think the X-Men came out next. The X-Men and one other, I think Daredevil. They're about the same time. Anyway, I wanted to do another group of superheroes, but I was getting tired now of figuring out how they got their superpowers. I couldn't have everybody bitten by a radioactive spider or exposed to a gamma ray explosion, he explained. Lee then recalled, and I took the cowardly way out. I said to myself, why don't I just say they're mutants? They're born that way. We all know there are mutants in real life. There's a frog with 5 legs, things like that. So I don't have to think of new excuses. I'll get as many as I want, and yeah, he's a mutant. That's all. With the idea in hand, he then pitched it to his publisher. I had the idea and I made up some characters and I loved, and I went to my boss, Martin. He was still publishing at the time. I said, I have an idea for a book called The Mutants. I wanted to call it The Mutants. He said, it sounds like a good idea, Stan, but nobody's going to know what a mutant is. Our readers wouldn't understand. Get another name. Well, I felt he was wrong, but what the hell? He was the boss. So I went back and I gave it some thought, and I thought they have extra power. They were led by a guy named Professor X, so I said, I'll call them the X-Men, even though one was a girl, Lee relayed. He continued the story. I went back to Martin. I said, hey, all right, how about this name, the X-Men? He said, yeah, that sounds fine. Use that. So as I walked out of his office, I thought to myself, if a reader isn't going to know what a mutant is, how is the reader going to know what an X-Men is? But I didn't want any trouble. I had my name and I just let it go. But I often felt I don't understand the workings of the executive mind, he concluded. Lee told a similar story about the group's creation when he appeared on Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics for AMC back in 2017. I'll go ahead and post a link to that video as well. For anyone who wants to watch it.
Let's just be honest. He says he took the easy way out. To me, it was the great way out, because that way he could actually say this could happen to anyone. You don't need a big story or something like that. They could be like one character that starts and becomes Magneto out of nowhere. So to me, even if he thought that it was the easy way out, it was the great way out. So yeah, just
Lee said I'd already done Spider-Man, the Hulk, and Fantastic Four, and my publisher said, "Give me another book, Stan. We're going strong." Excuse me. Let's do some more.
Come on, make something up. Get to it. I need to make
Are you
some
okay,
money.
Sorry, I was coughing. I had to clear up
Oh
my
no,
throat.
I was just saying, like to Stan. He's like, come on, keep the ideas coming. I need more. Feed me. They were just
Well,
coming up with everything they could think of back then. It's so
yeah,
great.
throwing it up against the wall and seeing what's stuck. Well, in order to get a new superhero, you have to think of what are his or her powers. That's not too hard, but you have to figure out how they get the power. And that's a little difficult. I can't have them all bitten by radioactive spiders. He recounted, so I had already given them their powers, and then it hit me. What if they're mutants? What if they're born that way? I thought that was brilliant. And I ran into my publisher and I told him about the characters and I said, we'll make them mutants and we'll call the book The Mutants. Lee then detailed and he said, no, Stan, that's no good because our readers. So again, it's repeating what it says up before. But, anyways, that's the story of how Stan Lee came up with the X-Men, and it's a hell of a lot better story than what we're getting now. What do you guys think?
True. Well, Zan, are you leaving?
Yes, I have to go because I was called for lunch and they were making a barbecue, so they're gonna kick me in the ass if I don't go.
Want that?
So, yeah, even that I still prefer the barbecue. Not that I'm not having a good time here, but there's food free now.
I was gonna say free food. I'm right there.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to thank you, Pacific, once again for letting me in and to see everyone here that I really know, except the Patreon, the Smoky Patreon. But it was nice knowing you. So I'll probably just follow you later. And the Pal Wannabe, Captain Trey, Cashmani, Anonymous. Thanks for being. And I'll see you all some other day. So probably, or perhaps in some hours, because if this goes for a lot of months, perhaps I can come back. Yeah. Anyway.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Take
You
care,
too.
Zan.
Bye.
Enjoy the food.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole X-Men thing, everybody's probably heard Stan Lee's one or another interview over the years of how he came up with all those things in the beginning. And they were literally, like, I guess DC and Marvel were across the street from each other in the beginning. So not only were they having to come up with ideas, but the people would find out their ideas. So you're coming out with ideas and then they might beat you to the punch. So you might not be able to use that character or whatever, have it. But we all know, I mean, Marvel, to me, came up with so many more characters just because they had more teams. DC had its heavy hitters too for years and years and still does. But X-Men to me was kind of one of those groups that you weren't reading it, or one of those comics you weren't reading it for like Batman or Spider-Man and the people around him. They actually made each of these characters their own books, basically. I mean, there was so much depth in the X-Men comic books that you got. I read those for years, and to be honest, those are the stories I'm still waiting to see. They've all kind of misstepped those a little bit, but they're still there. And even though he made them mutants, most of those mutants still kind of have origin stories.
Well, we've had some quality films. X-Men, I would probably say I agree with my brother that movie's still a little bit too short. It's still good. X2 is still great. I don't remember the third one. I
The
think
movies I don't
it.
mind. The biggest thing that bugs me is they haven't shown a way they're tying them in to what's going on, and they really played a large part in these wars and things that are happening. And it's weird as a fan of all the, even Iron Man and Avengers and all that stuff. It's weird to not see the X-Men in these films and the Fantastic Four not involved.
Right. They've done some nice work, though. I will say, Pata, with.
Oh yes, I enjoy their movies.
Winter Soldier, First Avenger was very good. I thought Age of Ultron was very good.
Yep, I've enjoyed all their movies, and the Marvel ones even more than the past X-Men movies. But yeah, I want it all together. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting patiently.
Dude, yeah. Michael Chiklis decided to join us, Mike. That's amazing.
I was going to say, and I want to say, welcome to the Admiral. Is he Az or is he Michael Chiklis?
I know, right? Michael Chiklis or Az, yes. You don't know. Not sure.
All right, brother. Patriot, is there... Oh, he's already gone. I was going to ask him if he wanted to promote anything, but he's already gone.
Nice. He'll be back sometime, somewhere.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that Stanley interview. I've seen, like I was saying, I've seen a few of those iterations with him over the years, and those are always questions they always ask of him on those less in-depth ones.
Probably.
When they're really asking him about the characters and whatnot.
We need to. Yes, definitely. I know.
I'm probably going to be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They seem to be wanting to cancel him for sure, though. Disney will just. And the funny thing is, ABC actually did a nice tribute to him after he passed away. With a lot of the actors, including Clark Gregg, and it was good. It's very good, but now they want to probably erase him. It's just stupid.
It is. But this next story isn't stupid. This next story from Geek Tyrant says Michael J. Fox documentary picked up by Apple TV Plus.
All right, cool.
Apple TV Plus Original Films has announced that they are developing a documentary based on the personal life and career of Michael J. Fox. The actor became a household name in the 80s with hit movies, the Back to the Future trilogy, the Fantastic Family Ties, and several other projects that launched him into the next phase of his career. It was at age 29 that Fox was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and he has fought to keep himself in the best health possible. He has also been a champion for the cause. Apple says the film will incorporate documentary, archival, and scripted elements, and is being produced with unprecedented access to Fox and his family. With a mix of adventure and romance, comedy, and drama, watching the film will be like a Michael J. Fox movie, the company said.
Cool. And if people haven't seen Secret of My Success, which I still say is an underrated film, and also Doc Holliday, which I guess when it came out didn't make that much. That's not a bad film either.
Doc Hollywood.
Doc Hollywood, excuse me.
If he played Doc Holliday, that'd be a different movie.
That's true.
All right, I'm gonna play it just because I gotta find it first.
See, you got it stuck in my head. That's what happened.
Wretched slugs! Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood? I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
Okay, Lunger.
That's it. So great. I'm your huckleberry.
Michael J. Fox, I don't know if this is probably something that's been around for a long time too, but I would be kind of interested in seeing this because I've liked seeing what went on during the Back to the Future shoot because that was his first role, and they wouldn't really let him out of his Family Ties contract to shoot. Like they wouldn't give him a few weeks or anything, so he was literally going from job to job, shoot to shoot, sleeping in the car while they were taking him from set to set.
Well, he was one of the big reasons why Spin City was so successful.
That's it. I was gonna mention that, but yeah, Spin City. I loved that he came back, and it was so good.
It was really
even
good.
during a time when there were so many fairly decent talk shows, because that was kind of like Just Shoot Me was on, and I can't remember if like Seinfeld was still on, but that was it was a big industry still, and that show did well.
Yep.
All right. And the article continues by saying Oscar-winning filmmaker Davis Guggenheim and Inconvenient Truth, he named me Malala, sorry, said it wrong, is helming the project, which is currently in production in New York, Los Angeles, and Vancouver. Goes on to say, I am really looking forward to this documentary. I love Fox's 2002 memoir, Lucky Man, as well as his 2020 book, No Time Like the Future. Fox is incredibly funny and has a knack for storytelling. His look inside his life. This look inside his life should be a great watch. Yeah, I'm interested in watching
Yeah,
it.
it's cool, but once again, it's like here's the streaming service locked nonsense again. It's like, yeah, it looks like there are definitely quality shows on Apple TV, and of course, if you have a streaming service, you should try to make new original content. And they're coming up with new shows, but once again, it's like, oh, you want to pay for yet another streaming service? Even Netflix has dropped about 30%. Of course, that's their fault, but it's
I
just,
bet they're going to even lose
annoying.
more the next quarter.
Just annoying. Some of these streaming services I'm okay with. Disney Plus, to some extent. Watch old cartoons. HBO Max has enough content on it, but then it's like, oh, you want to get Apple Plus, you want TV Plus, then you want to get Hulu. Hulu used to be free when it first started. Like it's just on and on and on and on. And you saw what happened with CNN Plus.
Yeah, I looked at it totally different. When streaming started becoming popular, we had Netflix. And that was it. But then we had cable also. And we just talked about it, and it's like, okay, let's drop cable. Because there's easily $60 worth of streaming services we could get, and we'd be more than happy. We don't even spend the same amount. But trying to pick what ones you want. But I will say, I was looking at Apple TV the other day. I didn't know. I thought you had to have an Apple TV to get Apple TV.
Yeah.
But it's only a few dollars. It's not as expensive as the other ones right now. And almost all their content looked original. So I thought, maybe for a month, give it a shot. They have the free trials, soak it up, see what happens. That's one thing that did change my mind. I never used to do free trials, but I'll more than be willing to do a free trial now and soak up the stuff that I want, and then see if that's even worth having after that.
Yeah. So you bring up this article, Mike, and I saw a tweet, I don't know if you did too, from Anna, that Star Wars girl. It's like, well, why didn't you say this a lot sooner, Bill Burr?
Exactly.
And I have to agree with
till
that.
now.
Yeah, why did you wait till now? And I don't know if it's under contract or whatever it was, but why did you wait so long, man? I'm not hating Bill Burr. Like, I don't hate the guy. He's still one of the few comedians that will actually push the limits. So I'm glad about that. But
I want to hear the article before I say something, but I do have comments on this.
All right. Well, Go ahead, Mike.
All right. Bill Burr on Gina Carano's firing from The Mandalorian. The liberals proved her point. They just use outrage because they don't like your politics. And this article was by Spencer McCauley. It was posted on their website on April 29th. It says a little over a year since he first opened up about his former co-star's firing, comedian Bill Burr has offered his opinion that Gina Carano's firing from The Mandalorian was unfair. You think?
Yeah, and some people will say that, oh well, she didn't stop. And I'm like, but did Pedro Pascal really stop? They said, oh, he stopped after they told him. So I don't know if he's really stopped. I don't really pay attention to Pedro Pascal's Twitter. He's probably left because of Elon Musk. I could be wrong, but he may still be lurking around.
Did she have to stop?
I mean, did she? And then also on the fact they shamed her. They shamed her after they fired her. It's like, wow, really?
Yeah. Well, they didn't even fire her technically. Like
I think it was
her
contract
process just did not take place. Mm-hmm. That whole thing was really goofy. But
here's a tweet. Hey, Gina, you're fired.
But the stuff on Bill Burr, because I actually follow a few comedians and I watch their podcasts and stuff like that. And he hasn't, to me, he never spoke out about it because he was never on one of those shows where they flat out said, how do you really feel? What do you think they did to her? Like, it was kind of, in the comedy world, they kind of all know each other anyway. So they're pretty respectful of each other and they know when to not step on each other's toes. But I've seen him talk on his podcast and on Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer and Joe Rogan. And they all just kind of mention it conversationally. And he never really got it. He's like, he always said she was a sweetheart. And I never really understood what was going on. But he was only there like 2 days of shooting.
Carl Weathers said the same thing about Carano.
Carl Weathers, to me, should have said a little bit more because he was there a little longer, But Bill Burr is like, well, they're not. He doesn't even know Gina Carano, you know what I mean? And they're dealing with it as comedians a little bit differently.
I see it also that Bill Burr's just getting into acting, and if he would have spoke up and defended her, he could have easily been, see ya, bye bye. Stop defending the people.
It's a mess. I know. It's
he already gets enough. He gets a lot of negative press just because he has a black wife. So I mean, and that's just super ridiculous.
They've tried to cancel him too for jokes. He's like, I don't give a rat's.
So I mean, I just, as far as what he, him speaking out on it, it's like I just think somebody asked him the right question at the right time, and that This seems more like an interviewer and not one at like a podcast that he was on.
If these people really, though, are for defending their friends or people they've worked with, I just wish they would come out sooner, Pat. This stuff.
But that's what I was saying. Like Carl Weathers, the people that were on the show should have stepped forward a little harder and at least made a point and say, hey, there's other people that say the same stuff, and there are worse stuff. And when I found out what the tweet that she actually put out, I was like, that's a good damn point.
It is a good point.
Because that's exactly how I feel. Because I would go out and I was more stressed about just somebody copying an attitude and feeling like they need to tell me what I need to be doing.
Yeah, and they proved her point.
I mean,
they're so dumb they didn't even know it.
But that just, I agree with all them and but I felt like the actual people on the show should have said so. I really thought Favreau, the same way I want them to say something, I know that they wouldn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, God darn it, somebody put your foot down.
Yeah, but I heard,
But I agree with all what you guys are saying. Exactly. Yeah.
It's
if they
it's
all
just a
would have,
mess.
if they all
Shouldn't be
would
taking
have
it
stood
long.
up for her at the same
Yeah.
time,
Oh yeah.
they wouldn't have done anything. It's like
No.
everybody on the set said, no, don't do this. They would have backed down like the cowards that they are, but everybody just kind of turned their head, whistled a little
They
bit, and
did.
just walked away.
And even
that's how they
right.
get their way.
Yeah, and even though Jon Favreau was upset about this because he's like he had a show for Gina Carano,
Yeah.
and it's just like he's like, I have to do.
They
this.
didn't
Like,
really do anything though.
just speak up more, man. If you care about this, speak up.
Get all of you together and speak up. Have a big freaking conference or something.
Mm-hmm. Seriously,
They're not going to cancel your show if
Nope.
everybody on the freaking show stood up for her.
Yep.
I'm glad to see her back at the conventions.
Oh yeah.
She deserves to be at the convention. She's part of pop culture, having
She
been in The
is.
Mandalorian.
She has, and she's also been in Deadpool.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Terror on the Prairie.
Yeah, I think that could be interesting. I really want to see what the Daily Wire is going to do. Somebody's going to have to put major pressure on Hollywood and a lot of the entertainment industry. I think that they need a kick in the pants. I really do.
We need a separate Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
We need a new Hollywood.
We need to put pressure on them to say, oh, you know what? Maybe we're screwing up more than we think, and let's start fixing these problems.
I still think Quentin Tarantino needs to call Gina and Johnny and work something out.
That'd be cool.
At least I think Quentin Tarantino and Johnny Depp could definitely do something.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll see what happens after that whole ugly trial. Ugh.
Yeah, because now we're gonna get Amber's side of the story.
Oh goody. Sucks.
Yeah, that should be a dumpster fire, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure it will be.
Okay, but everybody, I gotta bounce. So it's been great being
Have a great
on.
day.
I appreciate you. I love getting into these little streams here. I'm getting quite fond of it. You guys have a great rest of the day, and
You too, man.
You too, brother.
See you again next week, or same Pacific time, same Pacific channel. I don't know. But have a good day, guys.
You too, Animals. Thanks for coming on, brother.
No problem.
Yep. See you, man.
So this article goes on to say Burr spoke to Carano's firing during a recent interview with The Hollywood Reporter, given both in retrospective of his career and promotion of his upcoming Netflix stand-up special Live at Red Rocks. Following discussions on such topics as the ups and downs of his career and his 18-year relationship with his wife, Burr was eventually pressed by The Hollywood Reporter writer James Hibbard for information on whether or not there was a chance he would reprise his roles as Saul Goodman, henchman Patrick Kuby, or Imperial soldier turned mercenary Miggs Mayfield in either Better Call Saul or The Mandalorian's respective upcoming seasons. Refusing to confirm or deny such a possibility, Burr instead told Hibbard, I just do stuff if it seems like it's fun and the people I'm working with are trying to do something great. You go on the set of The Mandalorian, they're trying to make something great all day, he continued, before suddenly trailing off and interjecting, that makes me think of Gina. How cool she was as a person. Just have to wait for this ad to disappear.
Well, that's kind of cool. They didn't even, I mean, he kind of brought her up, you know, so that's nice.
Next, asked by Hibbard whether or not he thought Carano's firing from The Mandalorian was a fair move, Burr bluntly responded, no. I thought it was funny that the liberals proved her point, he continued. They just use outrage because they don't like your politics. As someone who considers himself liberal, it's disappointing to see the left become how the right used to be when they went after the Dixie Chicks after they criticized George W. Bush.
Well, it's funny he brings that up, but it's like they went to another country. They're
Yeah.
I can't defend them on that. I think that was just ignorant. Really, people could do whatever they want, but there's consequences for your actions, and if people think there aren't, they're fooling themselves. So I thought that was petty, personally. But, yeah.
The comedian added, "There's not a lot of people like that. Most are just trying not to get in trouble, but there's this small collection of lunatics, either on the right or the left, at any given moment that cause hysteria. And now there's so many media outlets that want eyeballs. They make money off advertising that they give attention to these crazy fringe people." The whole thing with Gina, you can't chime in when the shit's happening because then you cause static for other people on the show. He said that's somebody's opinion, or their political beliefs makes people try to destroy their ability to make a living. It's effing bizarre to me. Bird then launched into a rant against modern mechanics of cancel culture, though he avoided using the specific term, exclaiming, "And I love the whole idea that somebody can go back 8 years in somebody's Twitter feed and be like, what about this?" And nobody says, you had to go back 8 years to find something. Sounds like this is a pretty good person if you had to go back 8 effing years.
Yeah.
He observed, meanwhile, there are people who get paroled from prison every day who have done much worse, and they're allowed to put their lives back together.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. You can have 20-year wars. You can create synthetic heroin. You can effing poison the food supply. You can do all that crap, and it's barely going to read. They did a study the other day that 85% of people have plastic in their body. Horrifying, he concluded. Who's going to be held accountable for that? Nobody. But I could tell you 5 different topics that if I did jokes about, I would get more in trouble than the people who caused that. Goes on to say, Corona was fired from a role. Well, we all know that story, so I don't think I have to read that. We all know why Gina was fired. It was because of this Instagram post, and she's just talking about history. I've said it plenty of times before. She was just referring to history because there were some similarities that were just jarring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those things Bill Burr was saying about the way things have been. He'd been saying that stuff in his comedy for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that's not nobody really asks him that stuff in his interviews, but he's all about that kind of junk in his comedy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's whatever. I just wish these people would come out sooner and say it. That's why I understand where Anna, that Star Wars girl, what she's talking about. It's like, what? It's kind of like, duh, dude. Like we know this. The thing is, and from what I had heard, it was the contract ran out. It's just the fact that Disney went out of their way to literally shame her. That's where I have a big problem with. I have a huge problem where you just, fine, you want to fire somebody, you want to let them go, not renew their contract, fine. But because they did something or they didn't stop or you didn't like them to stop, whatever. But to actually go out and shame the person after they've been fired is
I've never seen companies say publicly negative things about people. They
No.
would always twist it like it was a mutual, you know, mutual negotiation, blah, blah. They would word it so they did not look bad. And we barely heard anything from Disney, but we heard all kinds of stuff from their employees. That's what blew me away. I was like, I've never seen a company allow this before.
Right.
You know, and
it's crazy.
That it still really surprises me that these things are happening like this, you know, which kind of makes me laugh. Everybody's so mad about the Elon Musk owning Twitter, and then you see all these messages saying I'm quitting, and I'm like, good, go.
Yeah,
Get out
go
of here.
away,
If something like that
seriously.
makes you hate that much, get out of here. You know, forget
but
it.
those same people that said they would
Yeah.
quit Twitter are the same people that say, "Oh, I'm moving to Canada because
That's
you know
move to Canada." please.
elected official here is someone I don't like."
That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just embarrassing.
But yeah, I'm not sure what to think of things. It seems like things are coming back to normal. But wow, to see the pendulum
bit.
swing so far that direction in modern times, to me, is kind of crazy.
It's
I mean,
more
I knew a lot of, you hear the stats and things like that, and I never really realized it. Maybe a high school education is a little more important than people realize.
Yes. Oh, what do you learn? Oh no, here we go. Here's the thing. Just tell people not to see this. This didn't need to be made. The Brendan Fraser was like the third time that the Mummy had been made, which I didn't even know that until I think it was around the third time. So this was like the fourth. And it's just like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Just stop making the Mummy. The third one just was like, it had problems. Jet Li was good in it, but it had issues.
Well,
And
yeah, I mean,
just,
obvious one was they had to recast, but
yes. They had Maria Bello, and I like Maria Bello, but I just didn't like her as much as Rachel Weisz.
she did. I didn't feel she played into the comedy that the series had.
Yeah, I agree.
I felt the other one worked really well with Brendan Fraser and their kind of casual goofiness, and that's what made that series work. And then the third one kind of had a different feel.
Yeah, it just wasn't that good of a movie, and so then they're like, "Oh, I thought it was a good idea to do the Mummy." No.
And the Tom Cruise one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just not good.
Well, their mistake was hiring Alex Kurtzman as the director.
Yeah, but maybe they just shouldn't have done the movie at all.
No.
Rebooted it at all. Just leave it alone. It's just like with stuff like I liked well, we're not going to even get started on how I feel about Ron Perlman lately, but he, as an actor, there's definitely you can enjoy his acting, but Hellboy 1 and 2, there should have been a Hellboy 3. Then there was a reboot to Hellboy. It's just ridiculous.
I think that kind of came on because they wanted to do 3, and it got drug out so long that they knew they couldn't get Perlman. It wouldn't have made sense anymore.
No.
Well, no, the problem with Hellboy is that the second one didn't do well, and that's why we didn't get a third.
Yeah.
Is that right? The second one didn't do very well. Oh, I like
it didn't
that
do
movie.
very well.
No, but the second one was that one really heavily based in one of the Hellboy comic storylines?
It was I liked that movie.
From what I understood, and I just didn't
much
think
money.
I just didn't think it grabbed enough audience because we all know audiences don't really read.
Some
For
of
the
us
most
do.
part, for the most part, you know.
Words.
I mean, you hear me reading these stories out loud. Now, maybe it sounds like I don't read, but I do read.
Well, no, I'm just, most people, it's kind of surprises me.
I'm messing.
You know. Oh, somebody's doing that. Sorry about that. No, I was one of those people. When I graduated high school, I really didn't have a whole lot of interest in reading, but finally, you know, the movies got to the point. It's like, well, a lot of people say the book's better. Let me read a book and see what that's like.
If if you're not going to read some of your comics, Pata and stuff, just
I
send
read
them
all
to me.
those. Hush.
Just send them to me, man. It's okay.
Send him the Captain Trek.
No, no,
Send them
no,
to
no.
Captain Trek. It's fine, dude. We'll
Yeah,
take
I
them
know.
off your hands.
I do know you guys need your education on X-Men, but no.
Not me. I think my education on X-Men's pretty solid.
I need an education on X-Men. So yeah, that. Yeah.
Dude, if you watch the cartoon, you get a pretty dang good education on X-Men.
Yeah,
that old one,
they're
The
rebooting
90s
the,
one? Oh yeah.
It was really good.
Really
and they're
good.
rebooting
Yes.
the 97 series. It's like, leave it alone.
Leave it
alone.
alone. Because they're like, we're gonna do real world politics because the world has changed since then. Oh gosh.
And there was
Please.
was it Wolverine and the X-Men was okay.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw it on Netflix. There's like an American anime X-Men series. That one's not bad. Kind of gives me a comic book feel the way it looks.
Dude,
but
it had an awesome theme song. I mean, it's just we
the
go
theme song was
back
great,
and
yeah.
it's like you kids need to understand why these shows were so great and why they still are. Turtles, even going back with Freakazoid. I mean, we've talked about this before, but it's just the list long. I don't even know. I guess the new Carmen Sandiego show, I don't know if it's still going on Netflix. It's not talking about history. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. That's
all that game
show.
was invented for.
Yes.
It was a
Teaching
fun
kids
game
about
to
history.
teach children.
Goodness.
That was
That's
all
the
that game
problem.
was about.
They don't
teaching.
want people to learn about history. They just want people to regurgitate the same message they hear over and over again.
People that were making shows wanted lessons. Like even when you watch SpongeBob, kids can still get good lessons from it. I know some people will say, "Oh, Patrick and SpongeBob, all they do is hit each other with frying pans." It's not true.
But you can't expect a show about two kids chasing a Hispanic woman around the planet endlessly is going to last for very long.
Maybe not in today's day and age, but when it came out, I mean, you had the game show Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. There was an animated series out.
Right.
There was the multitude of games based
I mean,
around
honestly,
the
how
franchise.
long did this come out? This was like the beginning of CD-ROM. I remember Carmen Sandiego games were some of the first things that made an impression. I didn't play them, my brother did, but it was like, wow, we're actually using the computer?
Heck, some of them came out on floppy disk.
Yes. Those big giant computer game boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you'd get a disc inside it. Oh my gosh. See, it's been around for a long time. It has changed. But so did Dora. Dora was much more a learning tool for children, and then it became something very different.
Yeah, I still like that fan film they made of Dora the Explorer. This is like blood and stuff. She's running around with guns. It's we could probably show that on here actually if you wanted to. It's pretty funny.
If you can find it.
I think you just type Dora the Explorer fan film.
Mummy.
Like
They're gonna. So what was that? They're doing another. They're doing. Oh, that's as big as. He's not making another one, is he?
I hope not. I'll read the article, but it says director Alex Kurtzman explains what he learned from his biggest failure, 2017's The Mummy. Everything he touches is a failure.
I don't think that's what he learned.
This article is by J.B. Augustine. It was posted on April 29th, and it starts off by saying the 2017 Mummy reboot didn't win any fans and did not kickstart the dark universe of their celebrated horror properties the way Universal Pictures had hoped it would. The film was also a letdown in every way for its director Alex Kurtzman, who explained this in a binge-worthy podcast interview. But while he calls The Mummy his biggest failure, he says he learned a lot from the production. I tend to subscribe to the point of view that you learn nothing from your successors and you learn everything. I'm sorry, successors and everything from your failures. And
You
that
must
was
be
probably,
learning a lot then.
yeah, because everything else is a failure. And that was probably the biggest failure of my life, both personally and professionally. Kurtzman related about the overall experience. Well, he shouldn't have been hired as director. He
How
believes
come you think
working.
he's doing better?
It's Alex Kurtzman. He believes working on the film gave him inexpressible gifts and made him a better director. There are about a million things I regret about it, but it also gave me so many gifts that are inexpressibly beautiful. I didn't become a director until I made that movie, and it wasn't because it was well directed, it was because it wasn't, he says. Kurtzman is grateful that the opportunity and those failures came because they rebuilt me into a tougher person, and it also rebuilt me into a clear filmmaker. As a result, he is now clear about what he wants and he speaks up when something isn't right. I am not quiet about it anymore. I will literally not proceed when I feel that feeling. It's not worth it to me, he explained. Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
That really just makes me feel like he's more removed from normal people than I realized.
Just, people should just think maybe I shouldn't make this. Maybe I shouldn't reboot this. I mean, I'm trying to figure out why we're getting a Wonka prequel or whatever. Didn't we explain his life enough? What are we doing? I
We've
think
already
these
had.
decisions. I don't get this, and people are like, "Oh, it looks interesting." I'm like, "Does it?" Did you guys watch Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? They explained a lot about his life, where he found the Oompa Loompas. Spoiler alert! No, I'm just kidding. But they found the Oompa Loompas. They talked about how he basically started his factory. What more do we want? We want to. We saw where he was a little kid and how he found his love for chocolate. What more do we want? These people. I just feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point.
We don't
get
need
it.
any more Charlie and the
No.
Chocolate Factory movies that are based off the book. We don't need it.
Nope, we don't. Whatever.
And Kurtzman goes on to say, look, if you look at history, he should have started the sentence by saying, if you take a look at history, but hey, I'm not going to try to speak for Kurtzman. And you look at people who've made amazing things, every single, excuse me, one of them tell you the same story, which is that it came after a failure. So I look back on it now with gratitude. It took me a while to get there, but my life is better for it, Kurtzman added. He's taken the perspective with him into his next reimagining of a sci-fi property and his follow-up to David Bowie and Nicholas Roeg's The Man Who Fell to Earth. There's another beloved movie that's going to be destroyed. Adapted as a series, Kurtzman and Star Trek Discovery producing partner Jerry Lumet had personal and philosophical reasons for tackling the material. Yeah, because they're going to change it in every way, shape, and form. For Lumet, it was a way of writing through grief and loss with the added bonus of doing something that involved the late David Bowie. But Kurtzman was more introspective in his motivation. At the heart of Tevis novel are the central questions about human beings and the choices we make and the choices that we're making and what our future stands to become that are unfortunately still very relevant now, he said. Well, he's already taken Gene Roddenberry's vision and destroyed that. Kurtzman compared Walter Tevis to the author of the novel that inspired the Bowie Rogue film and the new series to Gene Roddenberry in the sense the two use science fiction to write allegorically about things relevant to the present and the future. But the thing about them is they didn't force their idealism or agendas down your throat. They wrote it in such a way where they made you think about it. And so my initial reservations gave way to, frankly, I need to answer these questions because we were looking around at the world and what it was becoming. And we were not understanding what we were seeing anymore. Things were not making sense to us anymore, Kurtzman expounded. So rather than say, let's write a thing where we have all the answers, because we would never pretend to have all the answers, we were really looking for ways to work through our understanding of these questions that we had, he concluded. So, Mystery Box, after all, he does come from the school of J.J. Abrams. Kurtzman and Lumet have trouble answering these questions efficiently and eloquently with their divisive take on Trek that's poorly received by diehard fans. Yep, I'm one of them.
Me too.
But Man Who Fell to Earth nonetheless debuted on Showtime last Friday. It stars Doctor Strange's, and I'm going to try pronouncing this name, Chiwetel Ejiofor as the new title. Oh, thank you. As the new title alien, Naomi Harris as scientist he seeks to help his species and mankind, and Edgar Wright's favorite, Bill Nye, who takes over from David Bowie as the character he popularized in 1976. Yeah, there's another show I won't be watching because it has that man attached to it. And Showtime's part of the arm of CBS Paramount, so I'm not surprised.
You'll be okay. You got plenty of other shows to catch up on.
Yeah, The Orville's coming out next month on the 2nd. That is one show I'm looking forward to. All right. So, what do you guys think about that story and Alex Kurtzman learning, quote unquote, from his lessons? You think he's actually learned?
I don't know, man. I don't really know much enough.
He might have learned how to refine his personal craft. He just hasn't realized that his personal craft is not what the fans want, because for whatever reason, the company keeps giving him jobs and money.
Yeah, it's just I don't know enough about him. But anybody who wants to put their agenda into these shows is just usually it's going to just blow up in their face. Sure, there'll be a number of people who like them because there's just a number of people now who like that stuff, and if they have the check boxes for them, they're yay Hercules, I guess. But it's not ever going to be the best entertainment until people understand that. It's just we're going to keep getting this circle of nonsense. But I don't know.
Subpar content.
Yeah. I mean, I did watch that one episode of Picard of season 2, and it was like, well, this seems decent. Then I saw the Borg, and it looked like something out of. She looked like Doc Ock, female version.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird with her mask on, and I guess she changes, but And then I hear there are all these politics, and then I hear my friend, well, it fits with the story. I'm like, well, I'm glad you like it, I guess, but
it's not Star Trek. Star Trek never shoved its political
no,
or philosophical views down your throat.
it
They
doesn't.
were
But
always
those,
dealing with their own politics. It was stuff
yeah,
that we didn't really. It was relatable in a way, like they wanted it to be, in an overall scheme of what humans deal with,
well,
not
it's
what we as Americans are dealing with, and no other country has this going on.
yeah. I don't know this anime.
You were going to say
Get it?
something, Captain?
Yeah. Oh,
No, it's fine.
okay. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I thought you wanted to say something, so I wanted to
too.
give you the floor. And all right, so this next article is from comicbook.com, and it's talking about Spy Family becomes Japan's most popular anime. It's by Evan Valentine. It was posted on Friday. Actually, Saturday, sorry. And it says Spy Family was one of the most anticipated new anime series of the spring season of 2022, following an unlikely trio made up of a master spy, a deadly assassin, and a hilarious young telepath. With the series readying the release of its fourth episode, it seems that the first episodes of the series have become the big thing in Japan right now, as the television show has gained the most ratings of any anime currently running in the country today. While the Forgers might live in a world of espionage, the series has plenty of humor to accompany the trio, especially when it comes to the young girl, Anya. While Lloyd is the master spy known as Twilight, and Yor is the master assassin known as Thorn Princess, Anya knows her new parents' secrets thanks in part to her telepathic abilities, which she has managed to keep hidden from her father and mother. With the latest episode seeing the family coming together to both purchase new clothing as well as stop a purse snatcher, the mission continues as Twilight attempts to use this Fox family to accomplish his goals. In a recent study from Video Research Limited, it would seem that the premiere episodes are scoring close to 7 million views in Japan as it stands, making it not just the biggest anime series, but the second most watched television show in the country, period, showing how big the medium has become. Along with the popularity of the anime series, the manga has seen major growth in overall sales, with around 1.7 million copies sold thanks in part to the reception of the animated show created by both Wit Studio and Cloverworks. While Demon Slayer was typically the king of anime television ratings during its second season, the conclusion of the Entertainment District arc and Spy Family airing new episodes seems to have tilted scales in the favor of the Forger family. And what do I think about this accomplishment? Well, obviously, just like we're seeing here in Japan, anime is always going to be king because of the stories. It's got to do something with the stories.
I was thinking this sounds like our show, The Americans, but good.
Mm-hmm.
The Spy Family.
I mean, I think it's great that anime's doing as well as it's doing, and a lot of it does have to do with what we've been getting here. You know, we haven't really been getting the greatest entertainment here, and Japan just keeps cranking out one manga after another that's being adapted into an anime that seems to resonate with people.
Yeah, what's this one called? Spy X Hunter?
Spy X Family.
Oh, Spy X Family. All right.
But that culture is willing to accept this as a legitimate series. If they ran something like this in America, I don't know one other person that would watch this show. Just because it's a cartoon.
Yeah, it just started. There's like 4 episodes already. So.
Well, it's off to a good start. Let's see if there's an article later on.
I mean, what'd you
talking
say?
about
7 million views? That's quite a few, but what's that in Japan? That's like 10 square blocks. That's a lot of people, regardless. I mean, 7 million. You think if 7 million people went and saw a movie, how much money that would create? So, movies aren't really even pulling in those views.
No, I mean, speaking of movies, I don't know if I'm going to show them on screen or not. I might just show them and then let everybody read them at their own pace. But Warner Brothers moves Shazam Fury of the Gods back by 1 week, and then the Captain Marvel and the Marvels movie is also being delayed too.
Yeah, we'll see how much Brie Larson is actually in that movie when it comes out.
Oh, the Fast and the Furious.
Well, no, the new Marvels movie.
Oh, Captain Bad Haircut. Yeah,
I feel like she's the whole reason why this thing has been delayed and changed and everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the director walked off of Fast and the Furious, so I don't know if that says something or not.
Well, now I saw something. This might be what he's going to say. I don't want to say it now. I heard something the other day, though. Yeah, as soon as he found out that these people were involved, he walked off. But then I heard something else like, oh, he just needs a break from filming. So I don't really know.
I don't know. I would almost think that it might be something to do with the fact that you hear that someone's been casted to play a role in this movie that you're directing, and you hear about the reputation of this person. And do you really want to put up with that headache of having to deal with that particular actor or actress day in and day out when you're trying to deliver your interpretation of the script? I don't know. I don't work in Hollywood, so I don't know.
Me either.
But this article,
we'll never get the true story.
No.
Go for it.
This article comes from comicbookmovie.com, and it says Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and Captain Marvel sequel, The Marvels, swap release dates. And it goes on to say Marvel Studios has unexpectedly made another round of changes to the Phase 4 slate, swapping around Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, and the Marvels. And, that tells you something about Phase 4. It's not succeeding. It's not. Look at the shows that are coming out on Disney Plus.
No. Though
They're
people,
not doing
I guess,
good.
are liking, I guess, Moon Knight's doing well. I guess. I don't know. I think so.
I'm liking Moon Knight the best of the series that have come out so far. And I like the Ant-Man movies. So I'm kind of excited about Ant-Man coming out a little sooner.
Ant-Man 2 in the middle of the film just started dragging, but it was all right. It's not as good as Ant-Man 1 in my opinion.
I enjoy that.
My favorite.
I enjoyed Paul Rudd before. I enjoyed his comedy and stuff before. I think he works really well with the cast. I think the cast is really good. Ant-Man overall is not the stronger Marvel movies for sure. But
the first one's very good, but
that
the second one started falling apart in the middle, and then just started going downhill from there. But Ant-Man and the Wasp, there was some good stuff in there, but then towards the middle of the movie, it just started falling apart. Got weird, Pata.
I don't know what it is. You mean weird, like inconsistent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
It
weird.
was.
My
I
brother
haven't
finished the
watched.
story, and it kind of finished out, and
It
they,
just
you
it
know,
just
it,
kind of went all over the place after
yeah.
like in the middle of the film. In the second one, I like the
Well, that's
Wasp.
kind of what I was referring
just-
to. Like, as far as the Marvel movie goes, it's like it needs to be bigger, and they're trying to make this movie bigger than Paul Rudd kind of is as an actor. He's not. I love him as an actor, but he's not this superhero that we see in all these other movies by any means. You know what I mean?
No,
And
he's not.
even having him talk like that throws it off a little bit. But I enjoy the comedy. But I also look at it like it doesn't. It's not as consistent in the universe.
Well, it's just.
But they're
It's
bringing
like
in so many weird things now. So
yeah, it's just like the second Deadpool film. It just wasn't nearly as good as the first one. Yeah, there's some funny stuff in there, definitely, but could have been much better. That kid and with the powers, that teenager was just stupid.
yeah,
But
well,
the banter between
me.
Cable, yeah, he annoyed me too. The banter between Cable and Deadpool, I wanted even a bit more of that. That was great.
yeah. I'll admit the story there was a little weird because I know Cable and Deadpool's story pretty well from the
Me too.
comics. Those were both
The
books
comics,
that I
or
read
even
in the 90s, and
the
it
animated
was like,
show. Yeah.
and it was like it didn't make sense at all to me. You know, even the way they brought X-Force in and who X-Force was, I was like, none of this makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So I was thrown off by a lot of that, but I felt like the comedy was still there. He was still the same kind of character, but I did feel like the addition of the new character was a little jarring. I wanted it to be more focused about Cable and him being the main problem.
I didn't mind Domino being in there. I just think the movie itself could have been better overall.
Yeah.
I really would have liked X-Force to have been something because I was a big fan of X-Force. That's kind of how I got involved with Cable in the comics. But so I was just like, oh man, I was like, finally X-Force, and then it happens. I was like, oh man, well at least it wasn't the real X-Force.
Yeah.
Because they took that X-Force team and the New Mutants and kind of broke it up in between them.
So this article says we became used to release date changes during the pandemic, but Marvel Studios has just confirmed another alteration to its Phase 4 slate. For reasons which haven't yet been made clear, the decision has been made for the Marvels and Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania to swap release dates. Now the Ant-Man threequel moves from July 28th, 2023 to February 17th, 2023, while Captain Marvel the Captain Marvel sequel shifts from February 17th, 2023 to July 28th, 2023. Simple enough to understand, right? Probably reshoots for the latter movie. Deadline has shared some insights into the swap, explaining both films are moving along very nicely, we hear, but Ant-Man is further along in production, and it was a simple decision by the studio to swap the release date. While that by no means an official reason, it's one that does make sense. However, we can't help but wonder if Kane the Conqueror might be to blame. Tom Hiddleston recently revealed that Loki season 2 begins shooting in 6 weeks, putting it on track for a 2023 debut. By bringing Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania forward, we'll be able to spend some time with Kane there before visiting the timeline where one of the villains' variants rules over the TVA. With that in mind, don't be surprised if the plan is for Loki to return sometime before next July. Goes on to say, both movies are incredibly exciting, though, and it's a shame we'll have to wait that little bit longer before seeing Captain Marvel, Spectrum, and Miss Marvel team up on the screen for the first time. You have to believe there's a chance this release date change will impact when we see Secret Invasion as well, though it's always seemed unlikely that would premiere prior to the Marvel's original release date. Stay tuned for updates. My guess would be reshoot after reshoot after reshoot. If I were to make a guess.
Could be.
I'd say reshoot is the minimum term, not having to rewrite whole sections.
And they may be doing that too. They may be reshooting some scenes. They may be writing new scenes to add into the movie. Because what they have just isn't working. And speaking of movies, moving from one release date to another, I do have another article here. And says Warner Brothers moves Shazam, Fury of the Gods, back by 1 week. This comes from Superhero Hype. It's by Jake Abbott. It was posted on the 27th of April. And let's see why. It says there was a lot of angry DC fans last month when Warner Brothers postponed most of its upcoming superhero films, but the studio offered a bit of good news when it moved Shazam Fury of the Gods from its original June 2023 release window to December 16th of this year. Still, the decision seemed ill-advised as the date was already occupied by James Cameron's long-awaited Avatar sequel, and now it seems that someone at WWE, I was going to say WWE, but it's WB, has thought better of this strategy. Deadline reports that Fury of the Gods will now arrive 1 week later on December 21st. The news comes on the heels of Avatar producer John Landau's presentation at CineCon earlier today. Not only did he reveal the sequel's official title of Avatar: The Way of Water, he also gave audiences a sneak peek at the film's teaser trailer. This essentially confirms that despite years of delays, the movie will finally hit theaters this winter. Separating the films by 1 week might not make that much of a difference. The original Avatar kept the #1 spot at the box office for 7 consecutive weeks, on its way to becoming the highest grossing movie of all time. And after more than a decade of waiting, there is no reason to suspect The Way of Water won't be a juggernaut as well. It also doesn't help that the original Shazam wasn't a particularly strong earner at the box office compared to other DC films, so Fury of the Gods is still facing an uphill battle at the end of this year. What are your thoughts on Shazam Fury of the Gods movie? Well, to be honest, the first movie was okay. It wasn't one I would have paid to go see in the theater. But to rent it for a day and then return it, it was fine. And Cap Stargate has returned. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that, Cap Stargate. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Well, I enjoyed the first Shazam, although I didn't go to the theaters to see it. It was just one
I
would
haven't
know.
seen it, but I heard it was
I
good.
just enjoy it. Yeah, I like that actor. I think,
Yeah.
I think he's good. And I thought the movie was fun and quirky in like a Spider-Man kind of way because he's just a kid, I definitely thought it was a good kid superhero movie. I'm looking forward to the next one. I think Rock's going to bring quite a bit more legitimacy to this series if he ever actually, because if he's doing his own movie, he's not in the second Shazam, right?
He will
Or
be
do we know?
doing. He will be doing his own movie, but I'm not sure if he's actually in the second movie. I'm gonna look it up real quick on IMDb and see what it says.
That was something I was curious about. I didn't know if they were gonna like introduce him and then he has his own movie, or he'll have his own movie and then come in. I just didn't know how they'd do that.
I'm looking at the cast listing right now. Let's see.
But it moving back, when you said it was moving back a week, it immediately made me wonder, okay, what's coming out that week? And then when you say Avatar, I was like, okay, I think that's smart. Although, yeah, I don't know if, because you're saying it's moving back to in December, right? They're coming out in December. So it's
it's coming out
basically
on
this 22nd, I think you said. So it'll be a Christmas release. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, Avatar might still be doing good. Family movies, I don't know.
It might be doing well. We'll see. We don't need Avatar 2 though, Pata. Just burn it. Take a gas tank, light it on fire, and watch
Well,
it
did you
burn.
not like the first one?
I
you
do,
really
but
feel?
it's just I know, right? I know I sound like where's my trash can, but no, I don't. We don't. It's been so many years, and what are they going to do with this? Is the water monster going to come out and talk to the Navi? Save the trees! I mean, it seems ridiculous to me. The way of water, the way of nonsense is more like it. I just think there's just no reason. What are they going to do? The Colonel is dead in the first one. He was one of the best things about the movie. And the Navi was just annoying, and it was just exactly what I've always said, just what Honest Trailer has said, man, bad trees good. So now we have part 2 and part 3, part 4, part 5, whatever they want to do, but it's been so many years. I would be surprised what they're going to do with another Avatar movie. I keep asking the question, do we really need another Avatar film? You guys are excited about it though?
I am.
Oh yeah,
I didn't think
I'm
the first
excited about.
movie was. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm excited about going to the theater and being tired that day and having something that will lull me to sleep.
You want to pay for it to go? You go to if you want to go to sleep, just watch a lot of Black Widow. That'll easily put you to sleep, man.
I already watched it once. I don't plan on watching it again.
Me too. Yeah, but
to me, I thought the first one just seemed like a really cool version of Dances with Wolves.
That's what it was, Pata.
But the story to me, it's like, well, we didn't learn about the aliens at all. All the movie was the battle.
The battle and the trees.
And that's kind of all we learned, that these people are connected to this planet and we didn't give a shit. We're just gonna fuck with them anyway. So to me it was more like, okay, man bad. So but I was interested enough in what they were doing with the graphics and their world and everything.
No,
it's like I'm interested enough in their way of life to watch another one. Although I don't know what
years, man. Can the water monster just kill him? I keep thinking there's going to be a water.
I'm not sure what their enemy would be. I have no clue.
The water, man.
But the fact that it's been so long for a sequel, I've seen enough sequels do good after so long. So I just kind of have to wait. I just have to wait and see. But my fiance really liked the movie. It's one of the few movies she recognizes right away, even though she calls it the Blue People movie. But
pretty much.
But and it's one of those movies I would be excited to see in 3D graphically.
Yeah.
And I haven't really had a good 3D movie experience. The last one I went to, I think 3D that I saw was when Age of Ultron came out, and they did a double feature of Avengers 1 and 2. So I got to see both of those in 3D.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like a year before the shutdowns and whatever. So
Yeah, I just
year or two.
It's been so many years, man. I just think to just end it. I like certain things about Avatar, and I especially enjoyed watching it in 3D. It's one of the few movies I've ever cared to watch in 3D. But,
You know, and the team too. James Cameron,
yes,
has done enough good in his career. I'll give it a chance. It's definitely that kind of level. You know, he hasn't disappointed me enough yet to where I'm like, okay, he's done as far as my palate goes. So it's got that stuff going for me. And coming, you know, and I haven't gone to the theater and seen a movie, and the last movie I saw in the theater, we went and saw the first Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
I haven't sat through any of the Harry Potter movies.
Oh, they're so great.
I enjoy them.
I have HBO Max now. I'm gonna put it to a vote. Would you guys want to see my reaction to first Harry Potter movie?
Yes.
Yes.
I think you should watch it.
Yes.
Ah.
Do you like magic? Do you like fantasy?
Yeah.
Do you like cool characters? Do you
Well,
like
I would say
Okay.
just because of your pop culture channel.
That's right.
Harry Potter ruled for 10 years solid
Mm-hmm.
in adults and children's demographics. It was everywhere. People still do it for cosplay.
I know.
I mean, I would give the first movie a chance at least, you know.
All right. One of these days, I will actually sit down and I will record my reaction as I'm watching the movie.
No.
I will edit it down. You won't have to watch the whole 2-hour video of my reaction.
So here's the big question today, and we could, well, we won't put money on it. Will Paul give you the recording today, Mike? Will that actually happen? And what are the chances?
And I already know the answer to that. We're going to be on Tuesday Night Trek. You, Captain Trek, and myself. And I'm still not going to have that video.
Well, I heard. I don't know if we're doing one this coming week, but probably next week.
I thought we were postponing it to this Tuesday because
I thought so
Crit
too.
wasn't able
to
join last Tuesday.
Right.
And I had sent a message to Paul saying I wouldn't be able to stick around very long.
Yeah.
Oh, can you wait that long, man?
It's a trap, Mike. It's all a trap. No, I'm just kidding.
That community's gonna spread that video around so fast.
We want that dang tape.
We want that video of that duel.
I heard some about it, but I want to actually see the duel.
Yeah. We both saw on the Discord. Paul turned heel. He is now Darth Paul. Yes. I'm ready. What I want to say on Tuesday. I'm going to give such a hard time because we had Baron with us. Dang it!
Yes, we did. I know. Dang it!
I haven't read any comments about that yet today. I'll be surprised if I don't find something.
Yeah. So, anyways, if you guys want to have a good time, make jokes on Entertainment Weekly in the comments section where the comments are, and make jokes in there and watch how fast you get attacked by people. Only sometimes, not always. It's very funny. It's very easy to make fun of Entertainment Weekly. Don't let anybody tell you differently. You know what? I'm going to put that on Twitter later.
Well, I do have this article that you sent me, Cash, from Entertainment Weekly,
It
and
made
it
me
says
laugh.
Sarah Michelle Gellar is happier than ever about Billie Eilish crush on her. I'm
Yeah.
dead. That's all.
Yep. It's
This
about
article-
Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Growing
I
up.
thought she was talking about her career.
No, she wasn't talking about Screechy Tila, Whiny Tila, and the new Masters of the
I'm dead.
the
That's
Uterus, as Arlena calls it, Masters of the Uterus. So, yeah.
You know, I'll tell you, I did watch that whole series, and I was not as unhappy with the series as I was with their attitude and the way they spoke to the fans.
You know what, Pata? How dare you? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
It's fine.
They really kind of disgusted me as fans
Oh, of
that they were
course.
talking down so badly in those after episodes.
It wasn't that good. They do the switcheroo. That's what they did in the first
Well-
5 episodes. So, yeah.
I took all that out of context. You know, it was like, okay, I'm gonna watch the show with what I think, regardless of what they're saying. I know what they're saying, and I felt it was a bait and switch.
It was.
I was like,
oh,
he's not saying that. He should stop saying that. But
Yeah.
how rude they were
yeah.
in their live after show.
Well, they just lied about it. They said it wasn't a bait and switch, and then in part 2, I know they did. I watched the first part. It was
But
5
like Sarah Michelle Gellar was saying, she was
Yeah.
so happy that
I
people
know.
hated it, and she was glad to make those people, those old fans, not happy. And later,
dude.
you know, she's like, I understand how my husband feels now, and it's like, I can't
No,
believe what you're saying.
dude, you can't be surprised. I mean, look, I just
It
Kevin
just hurts
Smith
me
is
as a
different.
fan. And that's all, you know.
Yeah, if Clerks
I-
3 turns out to be some kind of political nonsense with a former president or some garbage like that, it can go in the trash. And I'll be happy to tag Kevin Smith and tell him. You know, I don't. This is a guy who is all about the fans, really.
Yeah.
And so I know he had a heart attack,
I
but that
thought
doesn't mean he
same.
needed to change. And so I watched the Tila, the first episode with Tila of Masters of the Universe was actually decent. Started off, and then she
What
started
about
whining.
me?
Then she started whining. That's right. What about me? Yes.
It wasn't
It's
whining
annoying.
even so much. She was just screaming it
no,
at the top of
she
her
was
lungs to
whining, dude.
everybody.
I know she was whining.
What
Why you tell
about
me?
You didn't tell me the secret.
You didn't tell me. Why didn't you tell me about Adam was He-Man? Yeah. This is terrible, dude. That was
That's
just
all I took
awful.
from that first episode. I was like, it's all about her, dude. That's horrible. What
It
a
was
horrible
disappointing. It's like
message.
you were Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? You were a character in Clone Wars. Crap. I
And
can't
that's
remember.
why it kind of hurt, because I liked Kevin Smith a lot growing up with his movies and watching
Yeah, of
him
course.
be the way he was. And then I liked Freddie Prinze Jr. doing what he was doing early on.
Yes.
And it's like, right on, man. You're showing us that
Yeah.
Hollywood children can be decent human beings. Way
That's
to go.
right.
You know,
That's
and even
right.
Sarah Michelle Gellar, you know, all this stuff in the beginning. And then each
Yes.
one of them to do what they did, and then all be in support of each other. I was just like, man.
Just Tila is like, I'm glad she has a girlfriend for some reason, and her girlfriend is whatever. But the show was just, the art was really good for the most part. But Crit always wanted to show what Evil Lynn turned into. She's got like super abs, and she looks ridiculous. One of my friends like she looked like a yummy mommy. I was like,
They were too bodybuilder type.
yes.
They were too
It was
bodybuilder.
ridiculous. And then even Skeletor was like, I'm out of here, man. I'm
Yeah.
gone. It was just
What do you mean, Skeletor, Cash?
I
He
really
was
wanted
the Joker all the way.
I really wanted to watch the show because I enjoyed watching the show as a kid. You didn't get to see as many action figures as you had in the show. there was always so many figures and vehicles that you just did not get to see. So
Yeah,
that's what I really loved
Filmation-
about the new show was like, oh, they're showing almost everything. And I loved that about it. And that
But
was
even-
probably my biggest, thumbs up thing to it is like, oh, visually it gave me so much more than I like to see. And they could actually fight. Because in the old days, they couldn't really fight so violently on TV.
But even the Filmation show tried to show every character that was currently available, even if they didn't have a speaking role.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
did try.
there's no way that this is better than the 2002 He-Man, which is probably the
That
best
show was awesome.
He-Man.
That-
Yeah,
And I have to watch
probably
that,
the
I guess.
best.
I haven't watched that yet.
Yeah, dude, when you see Tila, you're like, oh, dang, now that is Tila.
Yep.
That is definitely Tila. Yep.
See, the 2002 Masters of the Universe and Thundercats 2011 series were two
Yep.
shows cut way too soon by Cartoon Network, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good they were.
And I hear that Tron one was pretty good too.
Tron Uprising on Disney XD was very good.
Okay, I'm
Very
gonna
good
write those 3 down. I'm gonna find where I have those if I got them
Yes.
somewhere.
Uprising is totally worth watching. It's just a continuation
So
of
Tron,
It's
Thundercats.
really good.
What was
Yeah.
the other one?
He-Man.
He-Man.
2002.
Oh no, I watched
He-Man.
He-Man,
Oh, okay.
but you
watched
said there was.
You watched
other-
the 2002 He-Man? Oh, okay.
Oh no, I watched
No,
the
that's-
2002 He-Man and then the 2011
Yeah.
Thundercats.
And if you want to
Thundercats.
watch,
And Tron's pretty new.
I
right
think something you would really enjoy a lot is Rise of the Shield Hero. You should
Yeah,
watch
that's
that.
very good. That
It
is very
is. It's
good.
very good.
now. Okay, again, I need it.
You're really gonna feel for the Shield Hero. You're like, man, this guy's getting screwed over.
Shield Hero.
Yep. Rise of the Shield Hero. Yep.
Somewhere. Oh, I wanted to ask if you guys have heard about it. I heard they did finally cast somebody new as Tony Stark.
You're cutting out, man. What?
I heard they finally did cast somebody new as Tony Stark. I don't know if you heard about it. Oh no, I'm sorry, that wasn't for the movie though.
No.
It wasn't for the movie.
Didn't hear anything about that.
No, I haven't heard anything about that. I've heard the rumor about Tom Cruise being Tony Stark in Multiverse of Madness, but
Yeah, there's. I still really have you guys heard any confirmation on anything about that?
No. I have no idea. I'm gonna probably go see that movie soon. We have, yeah.
I mean, it's obvious they got an Iron Man in it.
Yes, it's gonna be Iron Woman or whatever her name is. She has a certain name. Who's gonna be Pepper?
Oh,
I think it's Riri Williams and Ironheart.
Ironheart. That's yeah. I don't. We'll see how it all plays out. I just don't. Well, we'll see. I want this Doctor Strange film to be as good as the first one. We'll
I'm
see
keeping
how-
my fingers crossed. I
Mm.
forgot about that one. I'm really gonna try and see if I can find that in 3D close by.
Yeah.
I think that'll be. I liked the Doctor Strange movie.
Yeah, it was very good.
I've enjoyed his part in the series so far.
Me
Kind
too.
of pops in and out.
Mhm.
I thought the goofiness with the WandaVision thing was a little, like I said, goofy. Just whatever they're trying to do with that, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to him coming back. I'm glad that he has done well through what's going on with some male actors right now. I'm glad to see Cumberbatch still doing well. It seems like he's going to be one of those white males that will carry us through.
Oh. Yeah.
Seems like there's a few that have proven they've been accepted, you know.
Just don't watch Power of the Dog, or as I like to call it, Power of the Boar. The acting is strong, but yeah.
Well, they can't all be winners, right?
No.
Nope. So getting on to Billie Eilish having a crush on Sarah Michelle Gellar. This article from Entertainment Weekly starts off by saying Instagram may have a new dynamic duo on its hands While answering fan questions on her Instagram story on Wednesday, Billie Eilish revealed her childhood celebrity crush, Sarah Michelle Gellar, in her iconic role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. While the 20-year-old Grammy and Oscar winner was born, sorry, I said wow when it was when. Buffy already been dead for 147 days and resurrected. Season 6 was in full swing, and Geller had already graced 3 covers of Entertainment Weekly. But you know, age is just a number. After Geller caught wind of Eilish's love for her, she gushed in an Instagram post featuring the singer's story. "I'm dead, that's all," the 45-year-old actress wrote. "I'm not a child anymore, but I totally have a crush on Billie Eilish, okay? Now, that's really all." Okay, we didn't really need to know that.
No, look, Billie Eilish actually looks better. I think she looks better without the green hair. Oh, I know. I will tell you this about Billie Eilish. Her, and I am not going to hold back, and YouTube may get mad, but I don't care. No, I'm just kidding. But when she has done singing, she has done some slurring of her words, which I do not appreciate. When she did the Oscars and she was singing one of the Beatles songs, she actually slurred some of her words, and I did not like that. I thought it sounded weak. It's lazy. I don't know. Yeah.
Was it her style, or was
it was her style?
Okay.
But she doesn't always slur her words, but she did there, and I was like, ugh. Yeah.
Well, not everybody's meant to sing certain songs either.
Probably not, but yeah. Her Bond song that she did wasn't bad. Did it deserve to win an Oscar for Best Song? That's debatable, but you know.
To me, if somebody's doing a cover song for a ceremony or an award, or out of appreciation, it shouldn't be. Or they're not doing a cover; they're doing to honor them. They should do it in that person's style. That's not the time to let's freestyle it. Not that she didn't practice, but just she put her own twist on one of their songs. To me, that's not when that comes out. Maybe a B-side of a single or something. Maybe, this was another idea, but and that could be on the writers of the show or that piece too. Them just deciding to go that direction. I don't know how much input everybody had.
Yeah.
No idea.
I don't know.
They're all kids. Who cares?
But I will tell you this, Pat, a lot of award shows, including the Grammys, have become a joke. They became too political. Music nowadays is just, I don't know. I haven't really listened to a lot of modern music in the last, 5 or so years. I just...
I can honestly say, other than the MTV award shows, I didn't ever watch any of those award shows anyway.
Yeah.
There was other stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I used to when I was a teenager, but I can't tell you the last time I watched an award show.
I still watch the Oscars and the Emmys here and there. But...
I remember that Tobey Maguire and
actually I didn't watch the Oscars much
Best
this
Kiss
year.
On
Just
MTV.
a little bit, yeah. Yes.
For their Spider-Man movie. That's the only award I care. I don't care who won the Oscar.
So this article continues by saying other celebrities echoed Eilish's sentiments in Geller's comment section, with "To all the boys," Jordan Fisher admitting, "Oh, I never told you. You were one of mine." Well, she was one of mine too, but I was again a teenager, and guess what? She's only a year older than me, so
yeah.
It says the interactions didn't stop there. When Eilish saw that the actress acknowledged and reciprocated her feelings, she wrote in her Instagram story, "Oh my God."
This is the kind of stuff that Entertainment Weekly thinks is interesting, and it's interesting to laugh at. I think other people go, "Oh, don't you think it's nice? You're just jealous. Jealous of what exactly?"
This isn't exactly front page news. This isn't, an editorial that'll make people sit down and go, "Wow, I really got to think about that."
Do we have conversations with Billie Eilish and we're like, "Oh yeah, her music is just incredible. Oh, it's just amazing. It's different, sure." And I give her props for it being different, but slurring your words when you're singing is not impressive. It's not good, actually. But in that Bond song, I don't think she slurred her words, so that was good. But yeah.
And it goes on to say Sarah Michelle Gellar had another cause for celebration this month when she spent her birthday with a mini Cruel Intentions cast reunion with her pals
cool.
Selma Blair and Ryan Phillippe.
Nice.
In front of
part for her.
Yeah.
She was hot in that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, that was what was that, a remake of the one in France or whatever it was, or the British one, yeah. I can't remember which one it was. Dangerous Liaisons, right?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yep.
And this is the American version, Cruel Intentions, so yeah.
And it goes on to say, as for Gellar and Elsh's mutual affection for one another, all we're going to say is, Freddie Prinze Jr., watch your back. Oh, boy.
What you should type in the comments if you have an account on there, go Hercules, Hercules, Hercules.
No, I don't have an account, and no, nobody is going to persuade me to even start an account.
If they're really if they're all really very modern, Freddie Prinze Jr. should just be open to the fact that his woman might want to date outside of the relationship.
Freddie Prinze Jr. be turned in from an alpha male or what? Well, we won't say turned into from a strong male to basically a beta male. My feelings. I don't know. Not good.
Yeah, I can't ever say he was on the top of anything. He had a couple decent movies, and that's about it.
I know more about Star Wars than you do, bruh.
Right, I heard. I'm just like, dude.
Yellow lightsabers are canon,
bruh.
Gosh, yeah.
Yellow lightsabers. I wonder if Mexican Iron Man got Paul to use the yellow lightsaber last night.
I don't know, man. One day we might see
never
that freaking recording.
Okay, if I get a hold of anything, I'll make sure to send it to you too.
Well, Paul said he was going to send me the video so we can do commentary on it.
I have a very hard time believing there's only one video.
I haven't seen any yet.
There was a video of Coach and Nick that we saw somewhat of, but that was
with as many people that were there. Oh.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
the chances of only being one. Yeah.
Get the videotape. Get the
Let's
recording.
roll that beautiful videotape. What do you mean there's no videotape?
I'm gonna do some research.
All right, so my last story here comes from Bounty in the Comics, and it says, report, Warner Brothers making progress on next Superman movie. This is by John F. Trent, and it was posted on the 29th. It says, a new report claims that Warner Brothers and DC Films are making progress on their next Superman film, albeit it's unclear what exactly that means.
Just imagine, though, Discovery's been pushing this. Here's the thing, Discovery, and I had a conversation about with a friend of mine a while back. You make the stuff, this social justice, woke, pandering, whatever stuff for those people. Then you make the other stuff that people like we really want to see, but they won't do that, of course. But
We're gonna get Superman.
It would solve a lot of problems, I think. I really do. And it's like, well, you've got your stuff, but then of course, what would happen, Mike? Or what would help happen, guys? They would be like, well, wait, is that being fair? You have your stuff, we have our
That's
stuff.
not fair.
That's right. Can't have that. Yeah, so it would probably still become a mess. But I thought, yeah, that's an interesting point. I wish they would do that, but they won't. That would be great. So DC's like, well, we're going to go in this direction with this, and then we've got also this stuff that you guys like from your childhood, whatever that you grew up with. We're going to continue this. Like, sweet. I wish, but anyways.
I wish too, but the Cubs have a better chance of beating the Brewers today than that happening.
They do. Yep. And the Dodgers better beat the Tigers today.
What was the final score of that game last night?
6-1, 5-1. It was bad. Yep.
All right, so this article continues to say Collider editor-in-chief Stephen Weintraub claims he spoke to Warner Brothers Pictures chairman Toby Emmerich about the film at Cinecon and informed him that progress is being made. Weintraub tweeted, "If you know me, you know how much I love Superman. So when I saw Warner Brothers Pictures chairman Tony Emmerich tonight, walked up to him and asked about the next Superman movie. Won't say what he said to me since it might have been off the record, but progress is being made," he concluded. As noted above, Weintraub doesn't provide any details on which Superman movie this is. He just simply notes it's Warner Brothers Pictures' next Superman film. Warner Brothers has announced a number of Superman projects, including a film being written by extremely radical leftist Ta-Nehisi Coates and produced by franchise killer J.J. Abrams. The Hollywood Reporter detailed the film would feature a black actor playing Superman, as well as it being directed by a black director. The latest rumors about the film indicated it was in quicksand due to its alleged massive budget and the fact that Coates was injecting his radical social commentary into the film. That scooper Mikey Sutton claimed the script is not Superman enough, and it's not really resonating as a Superman project. He also detailed that a source told him he really doubts that this will go forward, and I'm not saying it's dead, but as of right now, it's in quicksand. Alleged script leaks appeared to prove Sutton's claims true, as it detailed Coates was using Superman's alien heritage as a parallel to racism, and DC Films and Warner Brothers were going to race swap Lois Lane and Perry White. The other Superman project Warner Brothers announced was a limited TV series about Val Zod, the Superman of Earth 2, coming out of Michael B. Jordan's production company, Outlier Society. When the project was detailed by Collider in 2021, it was unclear whether Jordan would be playing Val Zod. Both of these projects might be up in the air, as David Zaslav taking the helm of the new entity, Warner Brothers Discovery. A recent report from The Hollywood Reporter claims Zaslav and his team believe that DC Films and Warner Brothers were underutilizing Superman. It specifically notes that Discovery believes top-shelf characters such as Superman have been left to languish and need to be revitalized. Yeah, Henry Cavill deserves a proper sequel.
Yes, he does.
So it's quite possible that Zaslav and his team at Discovery come in, flesh out these current Superman projects, and begin work on another one. And it's possible they might have already started on a completely different Superman project that aims to revitalize the character and bring him back to prominence.
Look, if Discovery, though, Plus really cares about helping DC go back to its roots and start becoming just that it's just becomes a better product, then start taking these comics that have been written and start making movies from them. If you're gonna do like a Zoltana, right? Zoltana. You're gonna do that movie, then do it right. She's gonna. They talked about her in the animated show. Obviously she's been in the comics. Yeah, and I think she's in Young Justice. Yeah, she pops up in Young Justice. I just all this stuff is written, so just turn it into films. You don't have to use everything, but a lot of it, turn it into movies, and people will they'd be surprised how happy they would be if they do it right. And they can. They have all this money. They should be able to figure this out. So if Discovery wants to keep doing silly stuff, and if they want to do social justice stuff, if they care about this stuff, then let's get another Wonder Woman film. But let's get something that's closer to the comics or closer to the original movie. That'd be great.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said in my re-review of the Batman, referring to the fact that we've already seen Batman movies with Catwoman and
we have
the Riddler and the Joker, when there are so many other characters and stories that haven't been adapted to the big screen.
Yes, we haven't seen like in the big screen, like the Toymaker guy is interesting. I forgot his name. In that you had in the animated series, he could be in the movie, and it was cool to see the Penguin. But yeah, you're right. I agree, Mike. Like we've seen these characters already, so let's.
Yeah, they had the Toymaker. It was in something.
Why can't we continue with what the animated series did and do Red Claw?
Yeah.
Why can't we do that?
That'd be an amazing story adapted to screen.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
All right. So the article continues to say, and it's possible they might have already started on a completely different Superman project that aims to revitalize the character and bring it back to prominence. And, we've already said our piece. There are many characters that they can draw from, many stories that they can adapt into a movie script. Even if you take two stories and combine them into one, as long as they're cohesive and the characters that are in this story are relevant to the story, they're not just there for the sake of saying, hey, we can have this character here, we have this character there. No. Make sure that they're relevant to the story. Make sure the story itself is relevant.
Yes. Take one. If you want to continue from the Man of Steel. Okay, so the last part is he had that fight with Zod. Continue from there. And see where it goes. Or forget about it and just do, we haven't really seen like the death of Superman. We've seen it as an animated film, but we haven't seen it in live action. That could be interesting.
I mean, I wouldn't even count what we saw in Justice League.
Oh, right. Was that
it's Batman versus Superman. Batman versus Superman.
Oh, did he die in that? Oh, they pretended to make. Oh, yeah, right.
He died because they bring him back in Justice League.
Yeah, okay. They pretended he died. Okay, got it.
Yeah. But because it's kind of different because the Batman versus Superman comic.
Yes.
Batman fakes his death.
Yes. In the Dark Knight Returns.
In the old Frank Miller one.
Yes, yeah. Yep.
So that one was a little different. I thought it was. I agree with you guys. I think Henry Cavill deserves another standalone movie. I was going to ask you guys, if it would even matter, would they need to pull from necessarily his storyline even to give him a decent movie, or could they? Because I know they're planning on bringing Namor in at some point.
I don't know. I'm like,
That could easily be an enemy to Superman, though, because he's got to fight somebody that's at least his strength. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's not a
Does
fight.
Bizarro come back?
Well, that's what I would like to see. I've always liked Bizarro, but I
Bizarro's
don't know how involved his story really is.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Lex
You know,
Luthor come back?
and Lex Luthor's back because he gets out, he escapes, and he has that scene it's a credit scene where he meets up with Deathstroke, and that seems like it's going to be the beginning of the Legion of Doom. But then, isn't there like Lex's power suit? Isn't that a storyline also? You know? So
yeah,
I
we
mean,
have it. Yeah. No, I
just
never
didn't
watched
know if those were legitimate. I've not read Superman enough, so I don't know if these are big storylines or if these were just things I heard about.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think if Discovery's serious, then if they really wanted to, they could do that Dark series. I don't know if they do it, but that series that Jeffrey Johns wrote about what would happen if a lot of these superheroes went dark, as in they started something happened, they killed people.
You say that.
In the comic, yeah, and
They,
I forgot the Black.
there was-
It's called Black something. My friend.
Well, they made that one movie, Brightburn.
Brightburn. That sounds familiar.
And it's supposed to be basically what if Superman decided to be a bad guy? So it shows this child kind of snap and become a villain. And the way that movie ends is it shows other people like him on the planet kind of doing similar things, and he's just wreaking havoc wherever he goes. And they showed it like it was really happening in the universe. So they could even do something like that, like tie in that universe. Like, well, we already have an evil Superman. You know, that, like you're saying, though, that's easily a storyline they could do. But it was not a DC movie.
The Blackest Nights, I think it was called, or Blackest Night. It was something called that around there. And it's basically all these different superheroes who basically, in a way, went to the dark side. They became evil. And so they beat up people. They killed people. They got possessed by something. I haven't read all of them, but they did one for Wonder Woman. They did one for Green Lantern, and the list goes on and on. I was like, oh, that would be sick. They did that.
Or even to bring in the Injustice storyline. I'd love to see that in live action. You know, have Superman have to deal with the Joker.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because I just don't know if Superman would know how to deal with somebody like that.
That would be sweet, man.
That would just torture his every essence. You know what I mean? Because his background is not Batman's, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah, there's just if Discovery's serious about getting back on track, they'll start looking at a lot of the source material and go from there. But this could be a good start with the Superman. So
I've been fairly pleased with the Teen Titans series, but I think that's HBO.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's called Blackest Night. So if they started doing that, that would be great. So we get a quality Superman film, then we get next like a quality Wonder Woman film, then we can also connect these. Maybe they need to bring back Zack Snyder, however I feel about him, because a lot of people I know like the Snyder cut.
It was good.
So
all I didn't like, I can't say I didn't like it. I missed the comedy lines that they had in the theatrical film. The Zack Snyder cut didn't have any of those funny moments. And so I kind of missed that because I laughed at all those moments. But other than that, I thought Zack Snyder's cut, supremely better film.
Yeah.
But you got to sit through it. I was more than willing to sit through that movie.
Yeah, I heard it's 4 hours. The cut's 4 hours. Yeah.
You know,
I had to pause that movie every now and then just so I can get through it. I wasn't going to sit through the 4 hour runtime all in one sitting.
And I
No,
thought,
it's just, yeah. And
I was just gonna say the added cut scene, the credit scene at the end, I thought was a good addition too.
well, it's just, like the Aquaman thing. It's like, okay, this might be a good idea, but I just felt you watch that film and the explosions just take you out of the movie. You're like, okay, time for an explosion. Like, why? I don't know. That really bothered me.
I wondered how. I still wonder how explosions wouldn't it look differently underwater than what we're actually seeing?
Well, this is when they were also on the surface. So. But there was
Oh,
explosions. There was some.
oh yeah,
Did you
yeah,
ever
with
watch?
the Black
Did you ever
Menace.
watch? Yeah. Did you ever watch Aquaman the movie?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it I actually just watched it again not too long ago.
Yeah.
But I forget about the
There's a
Black
lot
Menace part.
there's a lot of random explosions that I just feel takes you out of the movie. So I think Aquaman's pretty good. If there was less explosions, I think it would have been better. I don't even remember it. If you ask me, like, I don't know.
It's different. I didn't feel it was as, like you said, as memorable.
No, I didn't.
Of both of those series, the one I thought I would like the least in Marvel and DC alike, Captain America and Wonder Woman both completely blew me away with their first movies. I liked those movies so much more than I thought I was going to.
Yeah.
But yeah, big letdown, Wonder Woman 2.
Yeah, just give it to people. And if Discovery Plus wants to really make a splash, they hire these fans who are passionate about their projects. And they hire them, especially people who have done stuff on YouTube, who have taken stuff and built around it. If they really care, they want to make their company a much better place, they hire these kind of people. And then we're going to really see some great stuff again. But that's just wishful thinking at this point. So we'll see how this Superman movie goes. And
well, hopefully they're looking at actual numbers and reading them for what they are, unlike because that's what I don't understand about the Star Trek thing. It's like, how can the numbers be provably so low and you keep going forward? I don't get it.
I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know.
So yeah, as long as they want to make money and they,
Yeah, make money.
But none of these studios have actually proven that they want to make money.
No, not like
yet.
they should. Sony still is proving they want to make money.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They were the whole time.
They
They fought so long and hard for that license, though.
Yeah,
I mean, true. Just to make video games, just everything about it. So I'm so glad that their fight was well worth the time, because yeah, they're showing us exactly what can be done if they do it. They don't have to do it to fans necessarily. They're just doing it the way that makes sense to them, that people would want to go see the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very different. I like the other Spider-Man movies still. I'm excited to see this new one, but it was, the new Spider-Man is very different, but I can enjoy it for what it is. And I still don't try to replace one series with the other.
Right.
They're just different things. They're their own set of things. But as somebody who's watched all these ones on release, ooh, man, I'm kind of getting tired of the same enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and so, my friend, she's one of these people. She's like, oh, well, if Batman's there, Joker has to be there. And I asked the question just like Mike does. Does he? We could have somebody else. We couldn't bring back Mr. Freeze. There's definitely, you could bring back Killer Croc. You could bring back, who else am I thinking of? We've only seen Poison Ivy once on the screen.
Yeah, they've never
and it was an embarrassment.
They did her very well in the video games. Yeah, there's never been a good depiction of her on screen.
No, and they could do that. They could bring in Harley Quinn. There's just, but no, we have to see the freaking Joker again. And whatever my people want to tell you, if you watch that movie, there is a scene where basically Riddler's giving the Riddler riddles. You're like, what?
Mhm.
Come on, it's silly. What's
Yeah, I
going
brought
on
that
with
up in my
this?
review.
Stupid. I just think it's stupid. People are, oh, it's nothing's wrong with that. I'm like, what do you mean nothing's wrong with that? Why do we have the Riddler then? Why do we have the Riddler if nothing's wrong with it? It's just I don't really understand it. I just don't get it. So if Discoveries Plus, whatever they call themselves, if they're serious about bringing back DC the way it should be brought back, then do it right. Read a lot of these old comics. Bring these stories back to life and stop worrying about having a checkbox. It's the same with CW. Like the CW had some very good ideas with these shows. Supergirl, people like The Flash. I mean, Legends of Tomorrow went on 7 seasons, but they just they started going down a path that just
It changed a lot.
It wasn't the best. Supergirl didn't need to have all this real world politics BS, all these whiny women, females, and it's just they could have done so much more.
I watched all those shows, all of them, every single one.
And I guess
up
Lois Clark
until
is probably the best right now. I know a lot
up until the Arrowverse crossover, and then I watched the shows a few after that. But I'll tell you, as a fan of all the shows the way they were before, I did see them all change a little bit coming up to that point. After that point, the change was episode to episode. Every single one of those shows was completely different by the time their next season was done.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And I recognized, I would tell people, I said, I watch all of these shows and I recognize, like, Flash was this type of show. Supergirl was for this type of people, this type of show. Legends is this type of show. They each had their own genre. Arrow, all those shows. And then after that, it just really, God, it changed so much. I didn't even know. It would, like what you were said, the politicalness, the virtue signaling, just so over the top blatant. But watching it before, I will have said that's what I noticed throughout Supergirl, is it kind of started building to that. They were really very much the girl power show. But they were also the show I probably took the least serious until Legends got all comedy, and then it really changed. Once the Arrowverse crossover happened, so many characters changed without Arrow being involved in their lives. Right. Or whatever his real name was on the show. I can't. Steve McQueen, not whatever Queen. I can't remember his first name on the show now. Oliver
Queen.
Yeah, once he was gone from the series, everything changed for everybody.
I noticed that, yeah. And the crossovers, they did good work. It's just
it was good.
It's just they did some quality television with the CW shows and some of the crossovers, but they just Supergirl changed, a lot of stuff changed. It's just
so much, dude.
It's just not good. And
then Birds of Prey came out. And I realized that the Arrowverse had a much better stunt team than whoever worked on Birds of Prey.
Birds of Prey was a disaster. Warner Brothers and DC lately have just been, I don't know.
Yeah, I did try to give that movie a chance, and to me, it was just bad. I mean, the movie itself, I questioned the storyline, whatever, the dialogue, whatever. But the camera work was so bad in it. The fight scenes, there was so many recorded moments where you were not seeing impact. Like, oh, you can tell that Bat doesn't hit him, or she didn't punch him or kick him, and it was like those were the final edits, and it didn't look good. You know, I was just like, wow, I was really blown away because I had heard about the jokes that Arrowverse had done it better. And then I watched the movie and I was like, they weren't joking. The fight scenes were just not on par to what a movie should have been.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was it supposed to be a serious movie? I don't know.
We still talking about birds of crap.
Yeah.
Man, birds of crap. The only thing that was good in that was Black Mask.
So yes,
movie. Everything else was like, I'm a female. Yeah. I can't do these things because the men tell me I won't allow me, but I'll succeed anyways. Ugh, gosh.
It was nice to see Black Mask in there.
Yep.
Because he is a very underplayed.
Yep.
And he's very involved in the comic book.
And the plot was stupid too. Gosh, I really wish I could forget about this movie in my brain. I really do. About the whole thing about how he swallowed the diamond. Then they had to go to the bathroom to get it out, and they spent time with that. The script was terrible. And so my friend's like, oh, that's a good film. I'm like, no, absolutely not. And I'm like, and so we've argued about that before. I'm like, no, that movie's awful. That movie's awful. And she was telling me, oh, well, that Batman versus Superman film is good. I'm like, no, it isn't. Like, it's fine if you like it.
That's another movie I fell asleep to.
Oh my gosh, I got bored of that. And Crit even showed me the Snyder cut of that. Ugh. Yeah. There was like the Batman and Superman thing was pretty cool, but other than that, I don't want to really remember that movie. Movie was boring. The first hour was just boring. And when Wonder Woman came into the movie, it was like, yeah, this has gotten a little bit. It's gotten a bit better, but eh.
Well, then you should just watch the last 15 minutes so you can see the fight.
Yeah.
Fight's cool. I liked it. I thought the fight was cool.
Yeah. So if DC now Discovery owning Warner Brothers DC or whatever, just do things right. And so if they're caring more about Superman and Batman, great. But I agree with you guys. Like, we can get other villains in Batman besides the Joker, the Riddler, which
those are the classic ones.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, but we could get somebody else.
And it doesn't have to be condiments, man.
No, it doesn't. We could get what was that? Bat. I mean, there's a bunch of Man-Bat, right? Yeah, Man-Bat was cool. Man-Bat could have worked fine. Cool. Yeah. I mean, the anime, and then they'd be like, well, it's already been an animated show. No, you can add on to it. You have the episode, and then you add on to it. What happened to him? We never had Clayface. Where's Clayface?
Yeah, a long time ago, I thought they might introduce Man-Bat into the series because there was rumors about a Morbius movie way back. Yeah. And I was like, oh, that might be a way they could introduce Morbius, like the Man-Bat storyline, but it ends up not being him. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I don't even think they're in the same, because Morbius is
Marvel.
Marvel versions, yeah. But I just thought that would have been a great way, because it's like they always do parallel enemies anyway. So I was like, that'd be perfect.
And Marvel, if they want to do something, like, since Disney owns all, it's quite a monopoly. They should do maybe, like, because that Elektra film was so boring, they should maybe do a better one and do it more from the comics. I don't know what they were thinking with that film they did. I remember some scene she was walking around her apartment or something. I think that's the only thing I really remember from Elektra.
I don't know.
I know there's some cool comics written about her, and then they could talk about they did do Elektra justice, of course, in the Daredevil show, which would make sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like that Elektra.
It killed her off weak.
I didn't. I like that Elektra. What? Don't tell me I haven't finished that. It's okay.
It was in the comics. It was a huge thing in the comics.
Did she? Did they? Oh, they killed off Elektra in the comics?
Yeah, it was a huge deal. And that was my big thing about the series. It's like, it's a bigger deal than this. Come on. It's way bigger than this. You know, for how that was always the thing with Elektra. It's like, great story, great character, but I don't know if she can do a movie by herself.
I don't know. I mean, you could bring in Daredevil in there, and then you could bring in the Knights of
Daredevil
Shadows,
and
right?
Kingpin are involved.
What was the group she worked with? The ninjas? Was it Knights of? I can't remember now.
Shadow.
Was it the Knights of Shadows? No.
What was that? I forget. Because she's in the series that's in the series, the Daredevil series. If you watch it all the way through, they do talk about it, and and she even comes back in
League
the
of Shadows,
Defenders.
right? League of Shadows.
League of Shadows. Yeah, that's it.
There we go. Okay. Yep.
So confusing. There's so many different ones.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Well.
You haven't watched those?
I haven't finished it yet.
I'll watch them.
Yeah.
You don't have your butt. Just put it in the background when you wake up in the morning.
I
right,
watched
gentlemen.
on season 2, but yeah. Anyways, we got to
I'm
wrap.
going to go ahead and wrap this up.
All right.
I want to thank you guys for coming on. Yes, it was. I want to thank you for coming on, Cash, Padawannabe. Thank you for coming on. I want to thank Pops for coming on, and Moss, Gap Stargate, Dan Zoltan, of course, Smoking Patriot, also known as Common Sense, and of course, Captain Trek. Thank you all for coming on the panel. And I also want to take the time to thank Bird of Prey 5 for coming by. I also want to thank Kelly Chow, Dave G Sound, Leia Rose, and Christian Phantom Geek. Of course, previously mentioned Gap Stargate and Anna Moss. I want to be. Thanks again.
Yeah. Good turnout today.
Yeah, it was. Gotta keep scrolling. Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Keep going. Spock. It's always good to see you. And of course, Pops. Thank you again, brother. And the previous mentioned Zan Zoltan. Let's see. I know we had a couple other people come by. Just gotta get down to their names. I know the lovely Sherry stopped by. It's always nice to see her. Dick Marks, thank you for stopping by. Of course, the Admiral. Oh my God, it's the Admiral. The lovely Sherry. And let's see. That looks like that was everybody who stopped by during the live stream. I want to thank everybody again for coming on the panel, for coming by the stream. Really appreciate it. If you liked what you saw here, give it a thumbs up. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Subscribe to all the panelists. I just put everybody's link in the description below. So that's where you can find those. You can also find me on social media. All the links are down in the description below. And until the next video or live stream, I'm still not sure if I'm going to do a live stream of box score today or just record the box score and recap today's Cubs Brewers game. I'm still trying to make up my mind on that. But until the next live stream, which will be Wednesday for another edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, you know, I do want to say something in regards to Wednesday. I don't know if I'm going to have an open panel for Wednesday, and I'm going to tell you what. I'm not being a jerk. I'm not. Hey, I'm not being a jerk about it. The reason why I don't think I'm going to have open lines on Wednesday's show is because Cash and I were invited to be on Baron Owen Talks channel.
Yes, it's true.
So that is the reason why I probably won't have any open lines. As a matter of fact, as long as my bot does it correctly, should post the link to Baron's channel in just a moment. If not, I will go ahead and put it in manually. But that will be the only reason why I won't be having open lines on Wednesday's show. And that's pretty much going to be par for the course anytime I'm asked to be on a stream on a night where I do Pop Talk as well.
Makes
where
sense.
If I'm invited, then I don't want to stand them up because they've taken the time to say, we'd like to have you on our show. And I want to be respectful of that invitation and say, yeah, sure, I'll come on. And even if it's just for a little bit. They're extending that courtesy to me, so I need to return that courtesy and show up when I'm invited. That's how I feel about it.
Definitely.
And let's see. It did post Baron's link, so please subscribe to Baron Norman Tog and subscribe to all the panelists. Once again, their links are down in the description below. And thank you all once again. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. What, you don't like that motto?
It's good, man. It's all right. It's all right, man.
Now I'm a man. So.
You see what happens here, folks? You come up with a motto. A motto you're hoping no one else has come up with before on this platform. You say it a few times and people laugh. People laugh at me.
No.
Okay, I'm over it.
Laughing with you.
Yeah. You know what?
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.